Calling this meeting to order. Welcome and perfect. All right, start that over. Welcome and happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Today is going to be our last.
Someone's feedback.
Should I mute mine?
You need
Yes.
to be muted.
Okay. Alright, it's muted now.
Should be good.
Okay. Today is our last meeting until May, and this is a very important meeting because this is where we're going to be discussing and as well as voting on these recommendations that our pigs have worked very hard on, as well as members who want to put up recommendations. We will be hearing those recommendations as well. My name is Gregory Lagan. I'm a state representative and chair for the Speed Task Force. Today is Tuesday, January 6, 2026. The time is 9:40 a.m. in conference room 325, with participation also available in Zoom. Thank you for your patience again. We will begin with introductions. First, our members joining on Zoom. Please state your name and let us know if anyone is with you. If not, simply say you are alone. We will start with the State House. Is there any members in the State House in Zoom?
Aloha, my name is Kelly Dinwiddie Kola. I'm the office manager of Representative Daniel Holt. I'm going to be attending this morning's portion of the task force meeting. Representative Holt is in the finance info briefing this morning. Happy to be here.
Thank you for being here. Looks like no one else from the House is on Zoom. Is there anyone in the State Senate on Zoom? No one in the Senate? Anyone from the Office of the Governor? DBED?
Hi, this is Jael Thomas. I'm with Rep. Sumishu's office. He's currently in the Fin meeting, so I'm standing in for him.
Thank you for being here. Anyone from CWORM?
Good morning, Deputy Director Kira Kahahana here on Zoom.
Thank you. HCDA? HHFDC?
Hi, good morning. Dean Minakami, Executive Director of HHFDC here. I'm alone.
LUC?
Aloha, Dan Ardanker, Executive Officer, Hawaii Land Use Commission on Zoom.
Office of Planning?
Present
Zoom.
in the room and not on Zoom.
Thank you. Energy Office? PUC? I'm going to skip some because I know they're in this room. State Historic Preservation Division?
Good morning. This is Jessica Puff, Administrator of SHPD, and I'm alone.
Any members in Maui County?
Lance Nakamura, Development Services Administration, Department of Public Works, County of Maui, and I'm alone.
Jordan Molina, Director with Public Works for the County of Maui.
Recording stopped.
On Zoom. Thank you.
Kristen Shimada of the County of Maui, Chief Building Plans Examiner, and I am alone.
Any members in Honolulu City and County.
Good morning. This is Councilmember Esther Kia Aina. I am alone, but I do have one of my staffers, Gloria Palma, watching via YouTube. Thank you.
Kauai and Hawaii County, I'm sure, is not on Zoom. Is there any representative from the unions, HGA or Competers?
Right here, Charlotte Valenosa. And then we have new, Kaunui Sabas.
Thank you. Right, they're not on Zoom, they're here in person. And then is there any new homeowner, family business, residential developer, commercial developer in Zoom?
Yes.
Christine, could you please introduce yourself?
Good morning, my name is Christine Camp. I represent commercial development from Avalon Group.
Perry?
Yes, aloha. My name is Perry Airosmith, Director of Policy at Housing Hawaii's Future. And I'm alone.
Is there anyone else? Richard, could you please introduce yourself from the Senate?
Hi, hi. Good morning. My name is Richard Mizusao. I'm listening in for Senator Wakai, who is not able to make it today. Thank you.
And Director Takioka?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Jimmy Tokioka, DBED, and I'm in my office alone.
Is there anyone else I'm missing? All right. With all the members mentioned in Zoom, we have complied with our sunshine laws.
I wasn't one.
Oh, Denise, please.
Denise Nakanishi. I'm Realtor member. Like I'm alone.
One last time, is there anyone else on Zoom?
Yeah, Brian Kung, an individual homeowner.
And Alec Ikeda here on behalf of Senator Troy Hashimoto.
Oh, Anand Santani, PUC.
One last introduction, anyone else?
Kamala Potter, President, BIA Hawaii.
Just to mention, BIA Hawaii is not a member. But go ahead, anyone else? All right. Thank you, everyone. For those in person, we have recorded your presence and you will appear in our minutes. Thank you, members, for your participation in our speed task force. Public testimony will be heard throughout the meeting, specific to the agenda item on hand. I will now open up the floor for public testimony only on the first item of the agenda, which is our last meeting minutes. Anyone on Zoom wishing to testify on our minutes? Anyone here in person wishing to testify? Seeing none, testimony is closed. Members, the minutes on your board packet is accessible online. I will open it up for any questions on the minutes. Anyone on Zoom? Anyone here in person? With no question, the chair moves to file the minutes. No second, since no vote is needed to file. The minutes is now filed. I will now open up the floor for public testimony on the second item on the agenda, which is the chair's report. Anyone on Zoom wishing to testify? Anyone here in person wishing to testify? Seeing none, testimony is closed. I've conducted no presentation since our last meeting on December 15th. I know, I'm slacking. To the public, if your organization would like a presentation at your meeting, please feel free to reach out. I am happy to present what the Speed Task Force is about and share what we are doing. The next agenda item is the building permitted interaction group, presentation and report, questions and answers. Public testimony is now open. Anyone on Zoom wishing to testify on item 3? Any members here present wants to testify on item 3? Seeing none, the testimony is now closed. We will now transition to the discussion on building permitted interaction group, presentation and report. I will now take any comments or questions regarding the building permitted interaction group, presentation and report, starting in person and naturally move to the Zoom attendees. But before I do that, I just want everyone to understand that once we finish these discussions, the PIG will officially be dissolved because we have satisfied the 3 meetings that's required for the PIG, which is 1, on September 11th, we established the PIGs. On December 15th, the PIGs provided a presentation. And today, January 6th, we have discussed and asked questions about that report and presentation. So once we're finished with this, the building permit PIG will officially be dissolved.
Because they can put my hand.
So let's
So I
start
missed
with
building
questions.
Kind of a
and
bummer.
Those.
Oh, yeah, that's one.
If we could, perfect. If we could start off here in person, is there anyone wishing to ask a question on the building permit presentation? I'll start off. I really appreciated the recommendations that came out of the report, and I do want to see these recommendations come up for a vote. And I wanted to ask you, Chair, what led you to these recommendations? And I know you put in a lot of time and effort and energy into it. Could you give us the process that you had and what made you ultimately decide on these?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Chair. As we know, our counties actually are the ones that issue our construction permits. And we all understand that it is a complex process where not only county agencies touch the review and process of these construction permits, but other state agencies. And so it really landed for a number of members within the Speed Task Force how our building code officials really are kind of a conductor of an orchestra while providing information back to the applicant and coordination of the various reviews of the construction permit process through their online permitting system. It's also very clear that because permits are issued at the county level, the recommendations related to ensuring that counties provide the appropriate funding to staff up, provide a platform along with education and training for other design professionals to interact with the construction permit process landed with our counties. And so the first few recommendations really is to support and encourage counties to really invest with our county's building permit process and our building code officials. We heard loud and clear that staffing was a hindrance to some of the challenges on issuing permits, along with the modernization of an online platform, along with the complexities of all of our construction codes. And so those first few recommendations really is more of an encouragement to help our building code officials have the right resources. The final recommendation really emerged as a desire to fall forward. We all understand the construction codes as they are right now, but we see this emerging product with offsite construction becoming a key and critical pathway for individuals to secure housing, whether it's accessory dwelling units, offsite construction, mobile homes, or the like. And so that final recommendation really is where our stakeholders within the building permit PIG landed, that we're in the process of fixing the permit process and putting in the right resources within the system right now, staffing it up. But with this new emerging field of off-site construction, the desire to have a pathway and a review process handled at the state level to help our building code officials review and approve off-site construction, whatever that looks like. I know a lot of people, when they think of off-site construction, they think of factory built, but off-site construction is a whole lot more. We've seen, and our building code officials have seen emerging companies trying to introduce off-site construction from outside the state of Hawaii, and they are absolutely challenged with the review process and inspection process that goes with off-site construction. So there is a strong desire to help us step ahead of it rather than this off-site construction become another slow process within the permit system. So that final recommendation emerged basically as a beacon, as a call out to how do we get the state to help our building code officials at the county level to come up with a review and inspection process that can be applicable across all of our counties, whereby reducing the workload, keeping the building permit process streamlined and efficient at the county level while addressing this emerging housing product type. We landed at the Office of State Planning.
Recording in progress.
Partly because we were getting a lot of help within the Speed Task Force for the review and ability to come up with a program and a plan to review off-site construction. I know Director Tokioka was online, and I know this might not be the best fit, but I found it as a way to at least start the conversation and really urge other members within this task force to support it. And if there is a different agency, I'm wide open to who would be the best organization, agency, or group to come up with a pathway and a process to address off-site construction. We know the State Building Code Council has been on pause for some time, and I understand that would be a nice fit for them to evaluate off-site construction. There's some other skill sets within the Department of Accounting and General Services and our DAGS division that might also be a good fit. And I stand ready to answer any questions or hear any other thoughts on how we could actually move this recommendation forward. It might not be a great fit right now, but I also believe that's what this task force was intended to do, was to have these ripe, robust conversations with subject matters in the room And we can all collectively come up with an idea, an agency or a group that might be able to help us evaluate offsite construction.
Thank you. I have just one more and then we'll open it up for in person. To all the planning departments, one of the recommendations for adoption is to develop a statewide AI-enhanced digital permit intake platform. I know when we had those PIG meetings, some of the challenges is going to be how do we have those data identification be in sync, because everybody has different needs in different counties with different numbers and IDs. And that's all the very technical thing. But on the top level, I wanna hear from the counties is if that were to be implemented, and we do have a one site where we can process permits, how much of an improvement would that be in the process? I know there's a lot of logistical concerns with implementing this idea, but I just want to hear from you if we were able to overcome those concerns. How much of, do we really need that, or is it better to have each county have their own input process? I know it's a loaded question.
This is Jordan from Maui County. I'll be glad to take a crack at that.
Go ahead.
I don't necessarily agree that it has to be a standardized tool or product, because that's going to be a huge lift. I mean, it's hard enough just to get a task force coordinated, much less do a statewide, countywide integration. And I don't think it has to be that technical. It's just more putting in that ability to coordinate with our county systems and allow the state agencies. I mean, maybe if the state wants to create a portal of that effect, that might be a good way to hand it off. But you know, if the state agencies could operate in the county systems and the legalities around that could be resolved, that could be a more effective and efficient way of integrating, rather than going out for this product hunt that is gonna hopefully solve everyone's problems.
Thank you, Jordan. Appreciate your candidness. Neil?
Neil Tanaka, County of Hawaii Building Division. I think statewide, to echo Jordan, might be a big lift, but I think for us at the County of Hawaii, a majority of our intake comments that go back to the public happen there. And the AI software could be utilized for that completeness check. And generally, I would expect that the completeness of an application is consistent for all the counties, so it can go either way to that end. And generally, we've evaluated several AI or companies that say that they can do this as a tool, and they all say that it's scalable, right? And so with the foot in the door, if you will, to get past this intake hurdle that I think all of us at the counties endure, for lack of a better term, or experience, it could be incredibly helpful just to get through the door, right? I think that is one of, like I said, our biggest hurdle.
Nice. Anyone else?
Leland Escalona, County of Kauai. For our county, we have a separate planning department and building division. So, I mean, as far as what Neil had touched on, I mean, if we were to try and implement something statewide, I'm thinking maybe it would start at the planning department, you know, for zoning, just, you know, to cover the basics, what can you build on your property? Maybe, you know, just to get our foot in the door. And perhaps if that's successful, then we can, you know, delve deeper into other facets of AI.
Thank you. And I just want to make one comment on that, and then one other thing. I appreciate your honesty. We need to make sure that in this task force we're realistic on what we can accomplish. And we want to make sure that when we deliver these recommendations, that the community understands that these are realistic goals that we're trying to make. And so logistically, there are going to be problems on some of these grand visions. And maybe we don't have the answers right now, but we could try to aim towards it and make some progress along the way. So I really appreciate that. Is there anyone else from Honolulu City and County? I didn't see them. Okay. With that said, I will just want to make one comment with recommendation for adoption 1, which is building a permitting workforce pipeline, and recommendation 4, which is invest in ongoing professional development for permanent staff. Staffing, I've heard many times as one of the key things that we need to really focus on to improve the process. And I'm glad those recommendations are on there, and I just want to say I'm fully supportive of that. With that said, Councilmember Esther Keaina, you have a
Thank you.
question?
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, I just wanted to applaud the chair and the members of the permitted interaction group. This is critically important with regard to the workforce pipeline. And so I saw about tuition support and service commitments. I just want to make sure that we're also looking at loan forgiveness. I think it's a critically important tool with regard to capacity building. And as we prepare for our respective budgets, I'm looking for myself, I've talked about it for years, of helping DPP in Honolulu with regard to helping potential candidates, because I do know that educational cost is the key reason a lot of people are unable to come into public service. They go directly into the private sector. So my question is, I'm assuming for the tuition support, you also mean loan forgiveness? I just want that clarity.
I believe we're going to look at all aspects, including the loan forgiveness as well.
Yeah, because I think the loan forgiveness, to me, I know it helped I would not be in public service if it wasn't for loan forgiveness. I was able to pay off all of my law school loans because of a loan forgiveness program. So that's all. But thank you so much for all the good work of this PIG, which I fully support this recommendation.
Of course, I'm also want to make sure that the chair for the building permit PIG has a chance to answer your question as well.
Councilmember Keaina, thanks for being here. I think the language would actually provide that flexibility. However, I was actually curious and getting your input on what that loan forgiveness program would look like, and if it should be married to some type of commitment to public service for some extended period of time. So for example, with your loan forgiveness would be a dedication to public service with any county or state agency for a 36-month period or a 60-month period. Just wanted to get your feedback on that.
So how the system would work is that, say, for example, in my case, I worked for a federal congressional member. It was a requirement. So the parameters would be that they could either work in a state or county office for permitting, right? Or I'm sorry, in the county offices for permitting, we would budget a allocation. Say we would give up to $500 a month, for example. I know in my case, it went up to $600 a month. We could figure out the numbers. What would happen is they would have to, they're going to have to work X amount of years. In order for them to receive the loan forgiveness, they would have to work for the government. So their working is actually public service already. So it's not like you would have to get loan forgiveness and work an extra 2 to 5 years. So you see what I'm saying? So the incentive is a lot of engineers, for example, who are qualified, are skipping the public sector because the pay is lower and they go to the private sector directly. So I believe if you mitigate their educational costs by providing a cushion for repayment of their loans, that is an incentive. And say if after 2 to 5 years they go into the private sector, at least we would have had them to 2 to 5 years. But we should be doing this in a long-term fashion to help strengthen our pipeline, because if we don't make inroads, which is why this recommendation is so important, we will always be in the hole. We need to mitigate the lack of numbers of professionals in the permitting process, because no matter how efficient you try to make it, if you don't have the manpower, it is not going to work.
Thanks,
So
thanks, council member, and I do appreciate your readiness to tailor your county's budget to help lift out these recommendations, because
absolutely.
that's exactly.
So I'm going to look at both tuition support as well as flexibility for loan forgiveness.
That's a great incentive. Thanks.
Thank you.
Council member.
All right, is there any other questions?
I have a question.
Sure, Jordan.
As part of number one, has there been any discussion or thought about creating experiential alternatives for architectural or engineering licenses? So as of right now, they have to take exams in order to receive their license to be an architect or an engineer. But perhaps somebody could work in a permitting office, gain experience, and then use that experience towards their license requirements. Has there been any discussion or thought about that?
Within the permitting task force, no, not necessarily, but that actually is a bigger conversation that we had around an overall civil service reform and modernizing the job descriptions, along with, to your point, that shadowing program where years of service. But at the end of the day, and I'll actually ask Howard Wig to chime in here, subject matter expertise, training and education for an architect, an engineer is critical to the safety of our construction. And so I do think there is room for that. But at the end of the day, there is a minimum standard of these licensures for these specific positions. Howard?
Yeah, we've had a intern program where we brought people straight in from college or just a few years of elemental job experience, and we've given them specific tasks related to building codes, energy efficiency, and so forth, and we have seen them grow. These are very bright, dedicated young people to begin with, and you can see their growth, and then they leave the internship, and sometimes they get hired right back by us because they're doing very well, or they go into the private sector and find jobs. So this experiential aspect is really, really fortunate.
Morgan, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I guess I can share. I guess I have experience of becoming an architect myself. It took me about 7 years, and then with my old firm I worked at, there's a number of young, we hired people like out of college, and so spend time training with them. So I think that experience working with a licensed architect is kind of key, because then you understand how to design a building. But I think there is an opportunity if you do have licensed architects, like on Hawaii Island, in the public sector. If a young aspiring architect wants to work there, that's an opportunity to gain that experience. But I think working under licensed professionals is kind of key for that.
Tell your organization.
AIA Hawaii.
People don't know what that is.
Okay, our American Institute of Architects.
Sure. Any other final thoughts before I open it? Okay. Mary Alice?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chair Leroy. We support all four of these recommendations, but for number 3, establish a statewide off-site construction program. We have concern that the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development doesn't have the skill sets and knowledge available to do that, but we support the intent of exploring that and would be willing to help look for the right home for that. But I want to make sure that you know, you're aware of my reservations on that.
Of course. Thank you. All right. Is there any other questions? We have 9 more minutes.
Yeah, Chair, if I may, Jordan
Yes,
from
go
Mount
ahead,
Carmel.
Jordan.
Question for item 3, you know, when you throw out Office of Planning, is there any discussion about filling the executive director position at the State Building Code Council as required by Hawaii revised statutes?
Yes, there has
Be a key position at the state level to have on this subject matter that we've been waiting for a long, long time.
Yes.
And I think, you know, that would be the right person to help further this along. But if we're not serious about that, I don't know how serious we can take any of these other issues.
Well, Jordan, I just want you to also understand that in May, our second part of the speed task force, we'll be looking at building codes. And that pig will be looking into the position that you mentioned. But for now, maybe Howard could, if you have information you would like to share with that question.
We've been working with the governor's office on resurrecting, and DAGS also, resurrecting the State Building Code Council. And we've agreed that we're going to start with the residential code and the commercial code, and then move into the energy code. And we're fully prepared to help launch that. And tangentially, with regard to manufactured housing, we've hired a very distinguished subject matter expert named Sam Rashkin. And he was the co-founder of the Energy Star program many, many years ago. And he has come up with home design options, which would be very, very energy efficient, very, very resilient, and reduce the cost of construction, his estimates between 30 and 60%. And we have been working so far with DHHL because they have 29,000 homes in the pipeline. And they're already looking at one option of outside construction. And this is, our discussion is really in the preliminary stage, but we will be putting the two of them together in the very near future. And would be very delighted to keep you folks in the pipeline.
Thanks,
and
Howard.
work with you.
Thank you. So Jordan, the answer is definitely a yes. And yes. Angela, I see your hand raised. However, this discussion and questions are reserved for the members and delegates. You will have an opportunity to testify on the next agenda item. But thank you for raising your hand. Members, are there any other questions? All right. I want to close with thank you to the members of the building permit pig. Your long hours and devotion to those meetings were very inspirational. I don't know how you did it because I could not attend all those meetings. I really appreciate all the work that you put in. It's really refreshing to see those discussions happen. And I can see the product that came out of it and the discussions that we had. So I want to encourage everybody here when we get into the recommendation that to be frank and to truly try to move the needle forward and realistically vote your conscience on these recommendations. We want to make sure that your honest opinion are voiced out because we're trying to do real work here and we want to make sure we know all the information that it takes to move that recommendation forward. So with that said, we are moving to our next agenda item and we are now, next is the agenda item 4, Chapter 6E, Historic Preservation. Big presentation report, Q&A. Public testimony is now open. Anyone on Zoom wishing to testify on this item?
Yes, aloha, I'd like to testify.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Hamala Timpop, President of the Maui Chamber of Commerce, and I am alone in my office. And I would first also like to thank you, Chair Iligan, and members of the task force for their tremendous commitment to this. This helps us address a long-standing issue that we've had in creating housing, dealing with many challenges, but it also affects our economic health and Hawaii's business-friendly environment, which remains at the bottom of the national rankings, 49 out of 50 states. So, this is a great opportunity for us to look at this for our economic growth, diversity, and sustainability, and we appreciate the opportunity to be here. With respect to Chapter 60, historic preservation, we wanted to support the recommendations from the Chapter 6E Historic Preservation PIG as they reflect and address many of the concerns we've heard for years regarding the SHPT process. Recommendation number 1 on clarifying and extending statutory timelines under Chapter 6E, and the complete submittal is an adjustment that will greatly help home builders, as well as clear expectations and timelines to help keep housing projects on track and reduce the risk of carrying costs for delays, which all permitting really impacts. We also support the recommendations for further study, particularly exploring expedited review frameworks and evaluating a self-certification pathway for low sensitivity projects. These are key to streamlining the SHPT process, and therefore we would like to see these reviews and evaluations expedited. And my apologies, I went to ring in on the building and I rang in late, but we also want to note that we support all of the building recommendations as well, and would like to move up some of the other recommendations higher up that deal with looking at the important building process and the longstanding needs by strengthening the front-end checklists by permit type, and feel that strengthening the checklist and standardized forms and templates will also go a long way into making sure that submittals are more accurate when received the first time.
Thank you. Let's move on to our next testifier. Angela Young.
Committee, Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES. And so as we transition into the modern generation, the state has much to do to preserve historic properties. I testified to stand up the Oahu Historic Preservation Commission, Bill 44 at the county, and to help with enrolling in the Certified Local Government Program grants to protect significant historic state properties. I think there is a lot of work right now on technical issues. As someone concerned about actually getting properties approved, there could be more focused on eligible properties such as Hawaii Theater or historical churches, like Keiwiahao Church, that was a church for monarchs. And so also if there were more focus on collaborations of the Oahu Historic Preservation Commission, SHPT, and National Park Service to talk about priorities as a group, I think this could ensure moving things forward efficiently. So each entity has a specific responsibility. Oahu Historic Preservation Commission is a team of volunteer members to advise, streamline processes between DPP and SHPT. And then National Park Service is actual management of specific historical sites. And SHPT focuses on law, archaeological, and architectural characteristics to manage nominations for eligible properties, with a focus on education and outreach with the GIS database system. So I think there are just very technical focuses right now without actually getting more eligible properties. So as someone who really wants to see more eligible properties to protect, yeah, these are just my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. We're going to take Jessica Puff, and then we're going to move on to in-person testimony.
Thank you, everyone. Just as a quick follow-up to Angela Young's testimony, really quick, I wanted to give a brief shout out to Kirsten Faulkner at Historic Hawaii Foundation, because she's stepped up to kind of help all of the CLG communities coordinate in a bi-monthly meeting, getting all of the representatives from the different counties that manage their CLG programs on the same call together to kind of brainstorm and coordinate. It's been ongoing for, I want to say, 6 months. And so, Angela, I think great minds think alike. You and Kirsten are definitely on the same page in trying to coordinate the counties to get them to work collectively, or at least talk about issues that they're running into. So I think there's a lot of promise there for making improvements and listing things at the county level. But really, my testimony, I just wanted to first like to say that I've really appreciated the care and consideration that all of you on the task force have given to his conservation. Um, whether you represent the legislature or state and local government entities, or are a member of the public or the private sector, throughout this whole process, historic preservation hasn't been questioned, the importance of preserving our history and our culture. So I just really wanted to thank you all for that care and consideration that you've given. In terms of the recommendations within the report, um, I think that they have reflected the transparent conversation we've tried to have, or the information that SHPD has been trying to provide to all about the strengths and weaknesses of the 60 process and where we're at and how we can improve. So based on all of our conversations and on the information shared, I think that these recommendations, both the action items and the future consideration items, are reasonable and they're feasible. But that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Can you please come up to our testifier podium and please state your name?
Aloha mai kako. My name is Dimak Kalai Manaole, co-manager of both Manapono LC, a native wine advocacy corporation operating on the Waianae Coast. And I just came here just for this testimony with this agendized item. I have a pilot program with Department of Wine Homelands in Lulule that deal with vacant unmanaged lands. And one of the requirements that we have to do is we have to comply with 6E. The problem with that is on your website, on the Highcrest website and another portion of the website, it states that we're experiencing technical issues with Highcrest. Please do not submit any new surveys or resources at this time. So how are we supposed to comply if your own website is not allowing us to comply? And I know that, you know, if we get dinged for that, you know, it's a mitigating issue, because you're not able to have your website comply. So in this, the pig that's responsible for this, I would think that you would put into your recommendations that if the website for whatever reason is down for over 24 hours, that you not hold people responsible for not being able to comply. It's not our fault that we cannot comply if you cannot provide us with opportunity to do so. And so it's a major problem. I noticed earlier that you had homeowners also on the website, but as a native wine advocate for our native wine community, we are trying to get native wines who are 30% and below AMI on vacant unmanaged lands. And we don't have time to wait for the state to get their website up and running in order for us to be able to comply with 6E. So regardless if you guys do them or not, in my opinion, we're just gonna skip 6E. But then that shows a disrespect for the system, and we don't wanna do that. So if you would take this comment seriously, I would ask that you implement something in your P that directly addresses this issue and how you guys plan on resolving this matter, so that us native Hawaiians or anybody else who gotta do 6E compliance, that we don't get dinged because we cannot comply because your website is down. Aloha.
Thank you. All right, is there any other testifiers in person? Christine, I see you in Zoom, and I'm going to say that you will have an opportunity to speak when we are going to be having this discussion, and you'll be the first person I'll call up. I kind of made an exception with Jessica since she's the administrator for the department. So is there anyone else? We want to make sure that testimony is open to the public, and if they have anything else they want to share with us. All right, with no others willing to testify, this testimony is now, this section of testimony is now closed. Before we go into it with discussion, I just want to give an opportunity of a break for everybody. There'll be 5 minutes for those of us who's not in Zoom to go to the bathroom or do what they need to do in 5 minutes, and then we'll go into those discussions. And then what time are we gonna break for lunch? 11, and then 11:30 we'll break for lunch. So we're gonna take a 5-minute break. Calling this meeting back to order, we are now in discussion about the report and presentation from the 6E Historic Preservation PIG. And I want to start off over in Zoom with Christine Camp. I think she has a question. Christine, would you like to kick us off?
Thank you very much, Chair. I do want to thank everyone in this group. From what I've seen, I was so impressed at how open and committed the agencies were, especially SHPD, in trying to help. I think the ideas are really good. I just can't overemphasize if there was anything that, and as a developer, property owner who provide venues for retailers, restaurants, as well as building homes. The area that is most significantly needing change is SHPD. And I think that, the woman from Chamber of Commerce had mentioned that it is an economic issue. So I can't emphasize how important 6E process is for all of us to look at. I feel that the recommendations are right on to the point. And so I'm not saying that we should change it, but I'd like to emphasize a couple of areas that are very critical in my view. It seems minor, but the burial councils or cultural commissions or things that are related to review, they often can't do their business because there's not enough quorum. In 1 year, there were 9 meetings canceled for one of the burial councils because they didn't have enough quorum. It's one of those things where I think it's not just a recommendation of something to study, but it might be something that is more important for us to look at how they function and what alternatives can be provided when there isn't enough quorum to make the decision. So I think, that is it seems minor, but it's very, very important. The second thing that I'd like to ask for and emphasize in the recommendation is this group convening, which is a recommendation to say have a regular convening of groups, of stakeholders. What's the sense of having the convening of the groups if the recommendations don't have any weight? So my recommendation would be not just the convening of the groups, but that you give some authority to that group that can make that recommendation workable. I just love the way that this was structured, Chair. That your idea of having these pigs that really opened up and they were all there to solve problems and move things forward without giving up the protections that had been set in stone for our cultural history. But I feel that this needs to keep going. And I feel that we need to set aside a budget and a structure in which that the recommendations can be taken for real, not just groups talking, because we've already been doing so much talking already. So those are the couple of points that I wanted to make, but I just want to thank you all. It's been very challenging for business people like me to be able to attend these meetings because it's not part of our normal jobs. And I can just imagine the stakeholders, like people who own restaurants or trying to put in a grease trap and dealing with SHPD issues, or just small businesses that are trying to build their own little store and having to deal with SHPD issues. People on Maui, and they just can't come to all these meetings. But the fact that what I've seen was the agencies that actually do these, they understand our plight and how they're trying to solve the problem was very heartening, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair, would you like to say?
No, I agree. Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Chair. That we do have to keep moving. That was one of the main recommendations, as my colleague from the Big Island also mentioned, fall forward, right, to keep it going, keep the conversation, the discussions, the subject matter, stakeholders that were all present that shared their knowledge and input. So I agree, and I agree that the working group isn't just a talk story, but they have a purpose to find solutions to help make the state more efficient. development.
All right. Is there any other questions online or in person? Go ahead, Michael.
Thank you, Chair. I just also wanted to build off of what Christine mentioned about the burial councils and there is the recommendation for further study for improvements, but I do want to emphasize that making improvements to SHIFT might ultimately shift burden to the councils. So it's important to keep in mind that if we are making improvements, we should be doing that holistically with all the groups. So I think the burial council plays an important role. So it takes time and energy to, get those groups, to meet. So having dedicated staff to support them, actively recruiting to find members that can show up so that they meet quorum, finding the support wherever it can is something that should be looked at.
Jessica, would you like to make a comment?
Hold on one sec. Okay. I don't disagree with what Christine or Michael are saying in terms of the burial councils in particular, the issue of quorum. That is an ongoing problem that we've had for years in terms of one, communicating to the public effectively, to particularly to those individuals who would want to be on the council, when there are openings on the councils, and then also how to become a member of the council. I think that we're still not hitting the right message or medium for getting that information across, and then working with the legislature and the governor's office to ensure that those seats get filled so that when people do apply, they're actually appointed. So I think that there's something that we all collectively to continue to work on, whether it's in one of these groups. I think that the group identified in the report of stakeholders meeting, I think in one respect that's a separate sort of group. But there's still got to be a team of us on the legislature, SHIFT, and governor's office side to actively be working on filling these seats, so that the councils do meet regularly and that the items are agendized and then moved on. So I think that's one of the issues with this, just the scope of this task force, is that we're getting into this one issue here, councils, and it's so complicated in so many ways. There's so many different gears at play, that it's hard to resolve this issue in the scope of this task force alone. It kind of needs its own focus group to work on that one issue. So I'm kind of going off in a rambling way. I apologize. The cold medication is getting to me, but yeah, I don't disagree with them. I think it's something that we have to do more than just make a commitment to, but like set a deadline or goals to kind of ensure that we not just work on it, but we find a resolution to this issue, I guess.
Thank you. Council member, did you have a comment, a question?
Yes, I did. Thank you. I echo the concerns about finding number 6 with regard to the quorum. This has happened historically, and it does impede projects. And I guess for those who are on the PIG, I'm wondering if you thought about potentially modifying underlying state law to provide, in circumstances that doesn't impede the process, a potential role for the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. I do know that they comment as part of normal processes, many processes, but is there not a role? They have full-time staff over there. Is there not a role that in certain circumstances that a project needs to have a determination made and there is a lack of quorum, that the law could be modified to give authority to OHA to help in making that decision?
Jessica, would you like to answer that?
Yeah, thank you. Apologies, I probably should have brought this up in my answer. I think one of the, I don't think that is, I think that I'll no, I won't say no to anything, but I will say that it's not SHPD's place alone to make that recommendation or decision. And I think one of the complicated issues with trying to do everything all at once in this task force is that we don't have representatives from the Native Hawaiian community, cultural practitioners, the burial councils, or OHA on this task force. So we did have discussions about what could be an alternative means of moving an agenda item, moving an issue through the process, if quorum can't be achieved. And there were discussions in our group about having one statewide burial council that the issue could be appealed to. There's been discussions like that in our office, outside of this task force, or other methods to achieve the same goal of preserving, protecting iwi kupuna, but at the same time moving projects through that are critical. But it's kind of hard to come up with a legislative recommendation when some of the critical stakeholders aren't part of this conversation. And I think that's why it was left in the report as something that we need to continue to work on.
Okay,
We need a separate group of those stakeholders.
okay, I understand that, but I am just saying that as policymakers, all of us are who are here. Nothing is wrong with us looking at these recommendations and looking at implementation of policies. And during that process, legislative process, all of the stakeholders can come. I don't believe that.
I agree.
I was expecting for the chairs and the members to be making specific recommendations. And by the way, I'm speaking as a Native Hawaiian, someone who has worked in all of these various organizations, Office of Hawaiian Affairs, Kamehameha Schools, and now I'm the zoning chair. And so I do believe that I'm coming with a unique perspective of safeguarding, of course, Native Hawaiian rights, and as particularly as it pertains to iwi kupuna, but as someone who is at the threshold of looking at policies and funding strategies to help in moving processes forward for greater efficiency, I think that it's incumbent for all of us to be thinking about this. I don't believe they needed to be on this task force for us to be making recommendations, policy. Anyway, thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. I agree with you, Councilmember. Jordan?
Thank you. Just wanted to make a quick comment as far as the idea of, creating an alternate to the burial council to consider perhaps modifying the membership with people, with agency staff that can be more available to help bridge the quorum gap as an alternative to completely an alternate entity to the burial councils as a suggestion. We have a couple committees at council or at the county that includes staffers from various agencies, and I think that's an effective balance to have the staff be part of these committees along with the stakeholders. They can help with quorum issues as well. So thank you.
Yeah, Chair, I definitely want to pass it on to you. I just want to make a comment, and my comment will be brief. Attending those 6E PIG meetings, there were a lot of suggestions and solutions of addressing these problems. And I'm so glad that you went into it. I want to give you the opportunity to say what you would like to say.
No, I'm grateful for the opportunity, Chair, for having you pick me to do the 6E process. I learned a lot. I'm very grateful to Administrator Jessica Puff, for her willingness. She never said no to any ideas, which helps that collaboration amongst with the stakeholders come up with these findings. And the burial council OHA issue, I know it's a very sensitive issue. I am not Native Hawaiian, so I didn't feel
right to like just task them with something without having them present in the group or at the table. And that was in collaboration also with Jessica. That's why we put it in as a working group meeting to like continue that conversation. I know we're policymakers, but I didn't want it to. It was such a collaborative discussions that there was no tension, and so I didn't want anyone to felt like I was adding things to their plate or ramming things down their throat to like add work for OHA or the Barra councils to do. But I hear their inputs on the findings. I appreciate the feedback. But I'm very grateful that the stakeholders met weekly and we came up with this and we will be moving forward, right? So that's the overall goal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right, is there any other comments or questions on Zoom or in person? All right. Well, with no further comments and questions, officially the 6E Historic Preservation PIG is now dissolved. You are no longer tied to this PIG. And I didn't say it previously, but officially as well, the building permit PIG has also been dissolved. And so there's no more 5-hour meetings that you have to attend, planning department. I don't know how you did it. It's like, that's a long meeting. Okay, with that said, we are moving on to our next agenda item. And our next agenda item is item 5, which is the individual wastewater system approvals, PIG presentation and report for Q&A. Public testimony is now open. Is anyone in Zoom wishing to testify?
Yes, I would like to testify.
All right, and then we'll have Angela go after. Go ahead, Pamela.
Sorry. Aloha, this is Pamela Timpop with the Maui Chamber of Commerce again, and we support the recommendations for adoption from the individual wastewater systems. We appreciate the recommendations to fund incentives because conversions can be very costly, and of course we have a deadline for conversion, so that's going to come up very quickly. And as we're looking at housing and the cost of housing, this is really important to address. So we appreciate that we're looking at other ways of doing septic systems and sewer systems. We also value the recommendations to fund a study to look at new technologies, as this could be a key to reaching our state's 2050 sustainability goals and the septic conversion goals. So we really hope to see broader improvement in this. Again, appreciate the time and effort of everybody involved for supporting this effort and the recommendations, and we stand with their recommendations.
Thank you. Angela?
Aloha, Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES. And so, like I mentioned in
I hope you're not driving, Angela.
Oh, I'm not.
Okay, you're in the passenger seat? Okay. Your safety come first. Testify in a second.
Representative, I obey the laws. You can bet I obey the laws.
I apologize for interrupting you. I should have never questioned you. Go ahead.
So, I just wanted to provide comment that, for example, at the county, the gray water systems can help with managing just environmentally friendly individual wastewater system, because it's a advanced equipment and it depends on specific system certifications and compliance with local codes. For example, like with the Uniform Plumbing Code and states regulations to get approved gray water features built in newer buildings. And so I think that will have to be like something that is collaborated within those groups of like engineers and the plumbing industry. And so building designs to incorporate gray water features with diversion of wastewater from sources such as like laundry, toilet flushing to repurpose the use for irrigation, it reduces demand on water supply. And so it helps to reach sustainability goals for the state of Hawaii in newer buildings popping up. And also it helps to achieve higher ratings in green building certification programs like LEED, which stands for Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design, for a sustainable future. Yeah,
Thank you, Angela. Right,
thank
is
you.
there anyone else wishing to testify on Zoom or in person? With no other testimony, the testimony section is now closed. We will transition to discussion on the individual wastewater system approvals and the PIG presentation and report. Is there anyone who wants to kick us off first? All right. I actually have a question. First I want to say I'm very thankful for this pig changing its direction and actually implementing some of these recommendations, because I was in one of those pig meetings and I was trying to move forward with changing some of the ideas, and I wanted to expand a little bit more on recommendation 1, because this recommendation would fund a data-driven study to modernize IWS limits and enable innovative wastewater technology, to me is very revolutionary and moving the needle in this topic. So I wanted to ask the chair as well as John, if you could expand on this recommendation, and if funding were allocated, what is the potential result of this recommendation? Let's go with John first.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity, and for this first recommendation. The reason we supported a data-driven study is I know the Department of Health has been asked a lot of times where a lot of our requirements come from. What's the basis? For example, 1,000 gallons per day is the maximum flow for a single-family residence. That's associated with bedrooms, so normally that's about 5 bedrooms. For resident, commercial, we go with the 1,000 gallons per day. Another one could be the 50 residential lots for development, or 50,000 gallons per day for commercial development. So a lot of these, when the rules are written, there are, older federally funded studies and manuals, but those are from close to the 50s and 60s, if I'm not mistaken. And then EPA has done their own studies, and they do still have them up, but they just talk about these types of numbers, which we're aligned with, but they don't go deeper into how they got these numbers. They're industry accepted, but not long-term or studies driven based on what happens to the environment. So we're supportive of looking into, can those numbers change, specifically for Hawaii, specifically looking at because the geography and the geology for each of the islands is different also. So we want to be very specific. If these lots and development has to increase, but these lots are kind of small and things like that, we want to be very specific. We don't want to overgeneralize. So that's where we're coming from.
With the innovative systems, is it possible to also include in the research and discovery pre-approved systems?
I think when you say pre-approved, we already kind of have that mechanism for pre-approved in a sense that when a new company or product comes into the individual wastewater system world, they do usually approach Department of Health and then make sure that we approve all their, for example, their National Sanitation Foundation certification. In the bigger systems, in the wastewater treatment works world, like a treatment plant, that's not necessary. Everything is actually basically custom built. Although there are brands, what they call package units, and then there's custom built, like you know how Sand Island was built. You're forming up everything. You're not buying it from a factory. Whether you go with those two options, there's no certifications. It's purely based on the engineer's design, because we constantly monitor the results over the life of the system. Where in the individual wastewater world, it's set it and forget it in a sense. So we need a very stringent certification. So we look at that, we look at the data, and we do issue a letter. And that's always been our process. So they're in a sense pre-approved once they get their National Sanitation Foundation certification. Yeah.
Got it. Do you have any comments on recommendation 1, Chair?
Finding 1 or recommendation number 1? Because they were similar, but they're a little different. I just wanted to discern the difference.
Recommendation for adoption 1. Fund the data study.
Yeah, so I think when you're looking at some of the findings in number 1 as well as the flow threshold, which is different than finding number 1, the data-driven study is to modernize IWS limits, not so much the pre-approved designs. But if we do pre-approve a funded study, what we add into the study, of course, it'll cost more money, but it allows DOH and the state more flexibility to do a little bit more. But on the technological end, what we are looking at, we've talked about pre-approved designs, but it's not just the flow threshold, but also some of these integrated systems that don't communicate with one another, so that the homeowner can also just be aware, without getting into the weeds with the engineer and DOH, just to be aware of where a project is, so that they can also self-monitor as well and work with DOH and the engineers. But I think it's a strong recommendation, and of course, political liability, we should be doing a data-driven study, but I think we've also been open to a comparative adoption of other states' rules for the threshold limit that wouldn't cost the state as much money as well.
Thank you. Especially communities like mine, we don't have permanent solutions like sewers, and we depend on these septics for our livelihood. So, is there any other go ahead?
Oh, I just wanted to clarify when your question, Chair, about the pre-approved, were you talking about technology or were you talking about the designs?
It's designs.
Oh, and I think we would cover that in the recommendation 3. So
the fast lane?
Yeah. So I think
perfect.
That when we get to that one, I think we can go back to it.
I wasn't sure if it was. We can go on to it because it doesn't look like anyone has pressing questions. So why don't you cover create in IWS fast lane?
Yes, so I think
anytime you say fast, speed, or expedite, I'm all ears.
Yeah, and I think everybody, we get excited about that. And I think that's kind of nicely packaging one of your recommendations, which was to kind of come up with a package individual wastewater system design. So we did want to take a look at that, kind of similar to what the building industry does. Everything's drawn out, spec'd out ahead of time. It might look similar to custom, just like the package homes, but it really has to stick to whatever is set in, how many options we go with. And if they can fit that prepackaged IWS design, then the review should be significantly quicker, because that's where we get caught up in the plan review time. It's the back and forth between the department and the consulting engineer. Very down sometimes into the minutia of distance or things like that. So if they can just plop down like the rectangle or the polygon of this drawn out system, then our review time should significantly decrease. So that's where I think that's the start to that IWS fast lane.
And just for clarification, this has never been implemented before. This is first.
We've had
in your department.
Yeah, we've had a few discussions about it, because I think it was always the department and the branch's view that we don't want to dictate, and that's where I think we're slightly changing, we're giving them options. We're not telling them they have to. They could still do a normal custom design. You have to tweak the polygon, the shape a little bit, and that's what they do as engineers, consulting engineers. But if the lot that they're working on, allows it, then yeah, hopefully they could just fit it into their lot, and we can get past the process. And the other thing besides the speed component, but I can't totally control, would be possibly the cost. Maybe that might actually help with a little bit of the cost, but again, that's kind of an industry thing, so hopefully we pick up on it.
Thank you.
Sure, I wanted to add that, it will help. It will not be a silver bullet, but I think where it will help a lot is that if you have pre-approved designs that engineers are becoming familiar with, even though, as we've learned, every house, every residence is very site-specific. It'll also make them more familiar with that process as well. And along with the recommendations, I think there will be a significant change. But I don't think it's a silver bullet though, but I think it's a part of a comprehensive approach to changing it.
Well, Chair, I don't know what magic or voodoo you placed on that department, but their mindset has changed. And I want to thank you for your leadership in that. And I want to thank your department for changing your mindset and being open to explore this possibility. It is, to me, is really moving the needle forward. So thank you. Jennifer?
Chair and Big Chair Lee, thank you for getting us all in the same room. In all of these PIG discussions, we're hearing other people talk from different perspectives, different locations, different staff members, elected members, myself, a part of private sector. And it seems that not just in DOH or 6E or building permits, there's two things that are emerging. You have, I'm going to use terminology here, and I don't mean it disrespectfully, but you've got a simple versus the sophisticated. And that means the applicant, also whatever it is we're building, right? So you've got the simple applicant, which will be the one permit in their whole lifetime. This is most of Lahaina. This is the person. And then you've got the more sophisticated. This is the Morgan Gerdells. This is me, right? People who are applying for lots and lots of permits and doing more of the sophisticated. Obviously, the applicants have to be treated differently. Whatever it is we're applying for, I think could also be under the same lens. Simple versus sophisticated. And I love that DOH has now added this in, going, you know what? There is a way that we can create this fast lane, right? I'm not sure that we're there with 6E. We're not quite there in all counties on building permits, for example. But for DOH, this is a huge step forward. And I'm not saying this is the end-all be-all, but for the task force to get the same people together and herding a lot of people and a lot of personalities together and actually create some different recommendations, these 5 recommendations, this is huge. And if this is just the first set of the pigs, I'm actually amazed that these conversations will continue.
Well, I want to state that it's your work attending those meetings, because I have not attended all those meetings. And I know all these chairs have attended these meetings because they have to facilitate these meetings. So your work really shone, and the product that you created is quality product. So I want to say kudos to all of you. Round of applause to all the work that you have all provided. So I'm just, this new year, I'm a bit grateful for everything. And we just needed a moment there. All right, is there any other question? Go ahead, Michael.
Thank you, Chair. For the recommendations for further study, the strengthened DOH capacity, I was curious to know if that also included exploring qualified professionals or people familiar with historic review. Finding 4 was that IWS and historic preservation are often intertwined. When that's discovered late in the process, it's very expensive and timely. So I wasn't sure if that was trying to build that in-house capability for DOH, because the counties are trying to do that. But if it doesn't start with us, then that gets missed.
Yeah, so based on that, what we were talking about throughout the PIG is that wasn't one of the final fully recommended recommendations, but it's one of the things that we're looking at for the funded study. And DOH and we will be continuing to work on that.
Go ahead.
I had a question, and for John and Mike, really, I've seen enormous growth in this particular committee, and especially John, under your leadership now. I had a question, and it really dates back to our original meeting when the question was asked as to how long an individual wastewater system permit was good for. And at that time, the answer was a year. And in this idea of speeding up the building permit process, we know that our construction permits are good for sometimes 4, 5, or even 6 years. And what didn't connect for me was an individual wastewater system is good for a year, whereas a construction permit for a single family resident is good for 5 or 6 years. And so where that check-in period would be, if I was an owner applicant, I got my construction permit to build my home, I'm waiting on financing, our interest rates have changed, and so now I'm trying to augment my financing, but every year now I have to go back to recertify my individual wastewater system. Was any consideration given in light of the recommendation to come up with a pre-approved design to extend that permit lifespan to match up with a construction?
So are you asking for two things? One, extending the individual wastewater system timeline, or the eligibility, I guess, or?
Well, we get our individual wastewater system, we take it to DOH, it gets approved, and then building division moves forward, right? Because check.
Okay.
But what I heard in that first meeting was that individual wastewater system permit was only good for a year, when it might take me 3 or 4 years to actually construct.
So I think that the time can be reconsidered. I mean, honestly, I think I wasn't there when they set that 12 months or 1 year. It just probably seemed to my predecessors a reasonable amount of time to get the work done, not considering other departmental timelines. So it's something that we want to talk to all the counties, work with them, because although we're one agency, we work with 4 different, and they all have their unique, requirements and systems and stuff. So.
And would that be an internal rule, or would that be a policy shift?
And
I'm only asking because there can be easy fixes to marry the permits together so that the inspection process would kind of coincide together.
Yeah, it is in our rule, and we do write that in our letters. It's something that I think on the fly we can work on, because like if somebody, and we do rely on the professional consultants, we do rely on the architect and the engineers who submit the documents to us to keep us informed of where their projects are at. We actually don't rely on the homeowner, we actually rely on the professional to do it. And that's some of our findings is getting that education to the homeowner to get it back from there. But in the meantime, until we can get the consultants to really stay on top of it themselves, we consider extending. Because we just extend it. If they tell us we need another year, we just give them the other.
So it's not like they have to reapply and pay a new permit. Yeah, that would be.
So it was really just to be able, because without a termination, those approvals go on forever, and we can't close them out. So we solved one problem a long time ago, possibly create a slightly different one. So yeah, I think we would consider extension or a different timeline, but we'd like to talk to each county.
Yeah, we can talk about it briefly. I'm not sure if it was offline, but about the fact that DOH rarely tells someone no, with the extension, and I think within reasonable accommodation.
Let's hear from the counties.
Yeah, honoring your guys' work, and I truly appreciate your guys' conversation. And standing in truth, I had to drop out of a couple of the meetings. But specific to the recommendations for further study and to what John was saying about the approval to use and what Representative was talking about. We just wanted to encourage that further meetings between the counties and DOH so that, you know, as we intertwine the IWS process with our building permit process and even SHPD, that we can close those gaps that are keeping our building permits kind of in limbo, right? Like one of the recommendations that I put in was to have the SHPD resolved at IWS as a potential solution to get it out of the building permit process, so all of that stuff is handled ahead of time. But to the point of the report, that takes a lot of bandwidth, right? But more specific to the approval to use gap, right? While honoring John's problem of those IWSs never getting closed, we are really concerned about building permits hanging at application in limbo until that use is closed, right? And kind of encouraging work without a permit, a building permit to install an IWS, which is kind of an endless loop, right? So I'm hoping to consider continuing the conversations per the recommendations for further work, but to somehow expedite that so that we can get to some level of resolution. And I think that all intertwines with mostly the recommendations for further study, right? Interagencies and this third-party review and or even third-party approval to use gap. So we definitely are supportive of your work, John, and thank you, Rep.
Helen or Jordan, do you wanna say anything?
Well, similar to what Neil touched on for out in Hawaii, the building permit does not get approved without IWS installed and finalized, and the EOH issues their approval letter. But I really haven't seen them like disapprove something that went over a year. I think they worked with our constituents.
Nice.
But what I would like to see, as far as plans, going forward, maybe, some overall general designs for residential construction with the implementation of Wastewater. You know, maybe that would, open the eyes to our draftspeople or architects, like, these are other options, other than all of the waste going into an IWS, you know, let's make use of the water for irrigation. So I think if we could develop maybe some simple plans, that the state would open the eyes for, you know, new construction.
Jordan? All right, well, we'll open it up to questions again. Go ahead.
Question, under the first point for recommendations for future studies.
Just state your name and your organization, just so.
Luis Sabas, Legislative Manager for HGEA. I was just wondering if I guess someone could speak more about the third-party review and I guess the justification for it.
Yeah, Chair, would you like to kick it off, or John?
Yeah, so I think that there are a lot of recommendations made, and in terms of third-party review, I think it's important to remind everyone we're here to really just look at expediting the process. It's one of many recommendations, including workforce development, including a lot of other things. And I think what we chose to do in the PIG was not just look at what was always going to be 100% possible in the immediacy, in terms of the immediate, in the current time, but also what can we do to just make it happen faster. So these are all recommendations that we're going to be pursuing, but right now there is a shortage on some of these, and I can let John speak more to that, but it's one of the recommendations that was seriously considered, and when we looked at speed and scalability, it was something that was very popular with the PIG.
And also, it's definitely under the for further study. So it didn't make it for the recommendation for adoption, but it's the recommendation for further study. Go ahead, John.
No, to just agree with what Representative Lee was mentioning. We're just trying to keep it in mind. we don't think that we've hit our full capacity for each of our positions, but we're trying to prepare for, you know, the numbers that we see when we talk about cesspool. So I think what kind of got a little confused was, you know, we are working on speed for our process in this, you know, task force, but for our specific topic, cesspool conversions kind of are right next to this topic, and everybody looks at the number, the 83,000. So everybody's just doing the math, and they're looking at what our output is now. Output needs to be in the future to accomplish those cesspool conversion goals. So from the PIG members, looking at their part, one of those other options.
All right. Is there any other questions? We do have 5 more minutes, and we're gonna break for lunch, so I'm gonna cut you off at the 5-minute mark, definitely. But is there any other questions or comments?
Recording stopped.
Oh, I guess that's it. Okay. Well, that's a great sign.
Sure, I want to make a comment.
Go ahead, please. Please close us off.
Only because everyone else got to close, and
Oh,
I
please
just
close
wanted
us
to reiterate what some of the people here are speaking to, which is I think we all are recognizing that the work that you're doing, Chair, and the work that the pigs are doing are really important for our local residents. And I want to thank all of the stakeholders, but especially the Department of Health, for really coming with an open mind and a willing heart to do what is necessary. It's not always going to make everyone happy, but that's not the role we're in. We have objectives, and we have to do what we think will be best for everyone. And I really want to just thank and give props to all of the PIG members in the IWS PIG specifically for their willingness to just throw it out there. We even had a conversation about, do we even need to do this? How big of a deal is this really, right? Why are we even doing this? And we kind of started at ground zero because we wanted to make sure we had a very clear understanding about the importance of these conversions and how it affects our public health and safety. So I just want to make sure that we also model the IWS PIG as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. With that, it's official. The IWS PIG is now dissolved. No more responsibilities, John. You don't have to listen to this guy. All right, members, we are going to take a break for lunch. Thank you, everyone. We are calling this meeting back to order, and I hope your quick lunch is tasty. And for those on Zoom, please continue eating. For everyone here, I want to first get back to our agenda item before we get into it. I just want to make sure everyone's on the same page. We just finished agenda item 5, and all the pigs have been dissolved. So we are now kicking off agenda item 6, and we are going to open up testimony for voting on recommendations for building permits, Chapter 6C Historic Preservation, and individual wastewater system approvals. So at this time, we will open up for testimony. And is there any members on Zoom wishing to testify? Any members in person wishing to testify? With no other members wishing to testify both on Zoom and in person, testimony for agenda item 6 is now closed. Okay, so all our pigs have been dissolved, and we are back here at our speed task force, and with our full members, we are taking recommendations from our pigs that are ready for adoption and going through them and voting on each one. Before I go through each of the recommendations for adoption, I want to read out some of the guidelines. You have access to this. It was provided online on our board packet through the memo. You also have a copy in front of you. And in short, 1A on our recommendation guideline states that each member, which is 34 members of this task force, is able to put up a recommendation to a vote. The reason why we have it this way is because not all members participated in the PIG due to sunshine, that we can't fill up the pigs with more than a quorum. So it has to be less than a quorum, which means some of you who are in the task force were not able to participate in these PIG discussions. However, you as members have experience and history and expertise in subject matters that you can bring forth in your recommendation. And as a member of the Speed Task Force, you are able to put up one recommendation, and we will do that after we adopt all the recommendations for adoptions from the pigs. So 1A, that's what it states. 1B states that we will take up all the recommendations for adoptions today, right now, on this agenda item, and we have until 3 p.m. to do all that work. 2A talks about how I will proceed with the recommendations, and what I will do is state the recommendation, and then I will also identify that this recommendation is either statewide, countywide, or department or agency only. After that, I will choose whoever volunteers. Typically, the chair or the member who's introducing the recommendation will speak in support. And if there's an opposition of that recommendation, that person will speak in opposition. So there will be 2 people speaking, and that will consist of 1 round. There will be a max of 3 rounds. Take that back. 3 rounds, a max of 3 rounds. And that is the discussion process of the recommendation. Based on the result of the recommendation, At this time, it looks like we will not have a unanimous recommendation because all task force members are not present. But we may have a supermajority. We will have a majority recommendation. And then the other two is failed recommendation and not voted recommendation, which means we just didn't have enough time to go through that recommendation. And the reason why is if not only we have the PIG's recommendation for adoption to vote on, if all of us decide to have a recommendation, that's 34 recommendations that we would have to cover. And there's no way we're able to cover that till 3 o'clock. So that's the reason why that category exists. 2C is very important because as we have started off this meeting, I want you to be frank and I want you to be honest and I want you to help us move these recommendations forward, whether it's a negative or positive. And 2C, if you vote in opposition of a recommendation, you can follow up at any time, hopefully as soon as you can after this meeting, and submit a letter to the chair, which is to me, to our STF email. This letter will consist of why you vote in opposition. And this will help us understand what we need to work on with these recommendations, what we can see for improvement because of your vote in opposition. This is a way for us to be able to capture in the final report that even though this particular member voted in opposition, after the research and sending in the letter, it gives us an understanding of why they voted in opposition. And that is very important because we would love to have all recommendations positive, but we understand that there's some recommendations that are very grand in vision and there are some logistical work that needs to happen. And this letter that you would provide would help us figure out what that hurdle is and that challenge that we need to overcome. So that's the reason why even if a recommendation failed, and after reading all the letters that come in because of your no, in our speed task force recommendation, we may be able to push forward on a recommendation because we see what we need to address. So 2C is very important, and 2D is logistical. There's no amendments on any recommendation. We're not going to be hashing out a recommendation through this process. The recommendation has to be clear, and that's the recommendation we're voting on. So this keeps us in line of the integrity of the recommendation that we're putting forward, and there won't be any changes on that recommendation at all. If we put forward a recommendation and we need to change it, then we got to start all over and go through that whole process. So these are the guidelines that we have, and this is the guidelines that we'll be following for the recommendations. I hope that is clear. I will open it up for questions on these guidelines now. Is there any questions that you may have? Anyone on Zoom or anyone in person? All right, with no questions, we will move to the recommendations for adoption. And we'll go in the order of the PIG report, which means the first recommendation that will come up will be the 6E-1, which is clarify and extend the statutory timelines under HRS 6E. I am gonna, from here on forward, assume that every member has read the report. And this is the understanding that everyone has read the report, read the recommendation, and now we are voting on the recommendation, and before we vote, we will have the discussion. So for recommendation for adoption for our first one, bear with me, I I have to get organized a little bit here. We will start our first discussion. So for recommendation 1 from the 6E PIG, clarify and extend the statutory timelines under Chapter 6E. This is a statewide recommendation. Hold on, give me a second. This is a statewide recommendation, and the first person to speak in support is going to be the chair. So, Representative, would you like to start us off?
I support the recommendation, number 1.
Maybe start off just reading the description of the recommendation. So that way the public is able to understand what it is.
Okay. The PIG recommends that the legislature amends Act 160, Senate Bill 1263 from 2025 session to apply its complete submittal standard and associated review timelines to all state projects subject to HRS 6E-8 and consider extending the same framework with appropriate tailoring to county projects reviewed under 6E-42. The PIG further recommends adding a consistent definition of complete submittal to other core sections of Chapter 6E, including 6E-10 and 6E-42, and expressly providing for restart date when applicants submit new or substantially revised information so that statutory timelines reflect SHPT's actual review window and provide predictable expectations for agencies and applicants.
Is there any members who are speaking in opposition of this recommendation? All right, any members in Zoom? All right, well, it sounds like we may have our first unanimous, I guess. We'll see what happens. So we have finished our discussions, and now we are gonna take it up for a vote. So we are going to go down the list. The State House is gonna vote yes, aye. Senate, Richard, are you present? Excuse. Let me just take a moment and okay. Office of the Gov. Believe they are excused. We have DBED. That's gonna be Seiji.
I'm in support.
Yes. We have Seaworm. Sierra.
We support the recommendation.
HCDA.
Support.
HHFDC. Okay, give me a second. Since we just started, some of the members may not know that we are conducting our vote, so I just want to remind them. All right, excuse. LUC,
We support the recommendation.
thank you. Office of Planning,
Aye.
HSEO,
Support, Chair.
PUC. Okay. Excuse. SBRRB,
Aye.
State Historic Preservation Division,
We support.
Department of Health,
Support.
State Building Code Council,
Support.
Kauai County,
Support.
Hawaii County Planning, Public Works,
Support.
Maui County Public Works,
Support.
Honolulu City and County Planning and Permitting Department,
In support.
Kauai County Council, excuse. Hawaii County Council, excuse. Maui County Council, excuse. Honolulu City County Council, excuse. Jill's office is excused. Um, 25. Hawaii Regional Council of Carpenters,
Yes.
HGA,
Yes.
new homeowner, Jordan,
Yes.
new homeowner, Brian,
Yes.
family business, Monica is excused, family business, Denise,
Aye.
residential developer, Perry,
Support.
residential developer, Daryl, excuse, commercial developer, Morgan,
Support.
and commercial developer, Christine.
Support.
Right, members, with all the excuse and minusing the excuse, we have a unanimous recommendation from this body, and it is our first recommendation on the floor. So I'm very excited to share that with everyone. It looks like some of our members are starting to come in, and we have finished our first recommendation. We will now move on to our second recommendation. Just for the members who did come in, we have our first recommendation, unanimous recommendation in support. And we are now moving on to our second recommendation. Our second recommendation is 6E-2, which is increase SHIP-D staffing and digitalization capacity. This is a statewide recommendation, I'm just verifying. It's a statewide recommendation, and we will have our first person in support speak on it. Could you please?
Thank you, Chair. The PIG recommends that the legislature appropriate additional funds to expand SHIFT staffing, including archaeologists, architectural historians, cultural specialists, GIS analysts, and administrative support, with flexibility to use intern, temporary, or project-based positions where appropriate. The PIG further recommends dedicated funding for short-term teams such as interns or limited-term staff focused on digitizing archival records and integrating them into SHIFT's electronic systems to improve access to legacy information and reduce delays caused by incomplete or inaccessible files.
Is there anyone in opposition to this recommendation? Anyone in Zoom? Anyone in person? Since there's no opposition, we will close discussion and we will go straight to votes. State House vote aye. State Senate? Could you have your staff reach out to Chris? Is excuse Office of the Governor? Yes. D-Bed?
Aye.
Seaworm?
Aye.
HCDA?
Support.
HHFDC? Excuse. LUC?
LUC strongly supports.
Office of Planning?
Aye.
Energy Office?
Support.
PUC?
Support.
Alright. SBRRB?
Aye.
State Historic Preservation?
Aye.
Wastewater Branch?
Aye.
State Building Code Council?
Aye.
Planning Department, Kauai County? Kauai County, so you're a delegate, with,
I know,
yes,
Yeah.
so you can vote for him.
support.
Hawaii County,
Support.
Maui County,
Support.
Honolulu City and County,
And support.
Kauai County Council is excused. Hawaii County Council is excused. Maui County Council is excused. And Hawaii City County Council,
Hawaii or Honolulu?
I apologize, Honolulu City and County Council.
Support.
Jill's office is excused. Hawaii Regional Council of Carpenters,
Support.
HGA,
Support.
New homeowner, Jordan,
Support.
new homeowner, Brian,
Aye.
family business, Monica, excuse. Family business, Denise.
Support.
Residential developer, Perry.
Support.
Residential developer, Daryl, excuse. Commercial developer, Morgan.
Support.
And commercial developer, Christine.
Support, thank you.
Thank you. It looks like the recommendation has passed and is a unanimous for those, it's unanimous on the votes. And so we have successfully pushed out another unanimous recommendation. I think now all the members who we've reached out has joined, and I am going to state from here forward, I hope we can identify them when they do come in. But from here on out, Senate will be excused. HHFDC will be excused. Hawaii County Council excused. Hawaii County Council excused. And Maui County Council excused. Jill Takuda's office is excused. Family business, Monica is excused for the entire pig adoption. Daryl will be excused only for the 6E adoption, and this should go faster. Now for our next recommendation, our next recommendation is going to be to 6E3, is to invest in the SHIP-D GIS tools. And it is a statewide recommendation. Chair, could you speak on this recommendation and support?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The PIG recommends that the legislature appropriate funds for upgrades and ongoing maintenance of HICRIS, digital maps, and GIS layers. This investment should support development and regular updating of archaeological sensitivity data set, secure handling of confidential burial information, and technical integration with county permitting platforms so that cultural and historic resource flags are available early in project planning and review.
Is there any members who wish to speak in opposition of this recommendation? Any on Zoom? Seeing that there's no members speaking in opposition, I will assume that all members are voting in the positive. Is there any members wishing to vote in opposition? Seeing none, the recommendation has been adopted unanimously. Thank you, members. We are now at 3 recommendations voted unanimously. Moving on to 6E-4, which is the last recommendations from the 6E PIG. Convene 6E stakeholders regularly. Chair, could you speak on in support of this recommendation?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The PIG recommends regular, structured stakeholder convenings to review how the historic preservation program is functioning in practice and coordinate statutory, regulatory, and program changes. Participants should include representatives from SHIP-D, Island Burial Council, counties, the legislature, the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, the University of Hawaii, federal partners as needed, cultural practitioners, and industry professionals to include archaeology and real estate development. Convening should operate as working meetings with shared data, clear agendas, and public reporting on decisions and action items.
Is there any members wishing to speak in opposition of this recommendation?
Oh, sorry, I do. I'm not opposition, but I'd like to add.
Of course.
recommendation on
please-
this particular item.
Please speak.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair Mike. This is excellent, but as my previous comment had indicated, I think that we need more representation, not just real estate development, but Chamber of Commerce and retail merchants of Hawaii, as well as family businesses included in that voice. Primarily because real estate development might be a much larger perspective, but the small businesses and the retail businesses, they may have their own specific issues that prevents them from growing or expanding into their businesses. So again, I would like to ask that we specify that it's beyond just real estate development, but the business community at large. In addition, I'm not sure what, it does say shared agenda, data, agenda, public reporting, and decisions and action items. Is there language that may I suggest, or do we work on that at a later time related to what do these decisions and action items really lead to? Do they have some level of authority to direct the agencies?
All right, that is one round for our discussion. We'll go to the second round. Chair, would you like to address that, or would you like someone else to address that for the support?
I can.
Go ahead.
Noted. Thank you, Christine. I agree. It is a work in progress. We just want to keep these meetings going, to help find the efficiencies. So I did notate to include the chambers, retailers, and other stakeholders to the group. I do agree as we start crafting, if the recommendation is approved, we start crafting these stakeholder meetings, we can have it more structured in policy making.
All right, Christine, would you like to speak again in opposition, or does anyone else want to speak in opposition?
I know, just as long as there's a recognition that these additional voices would be included in these stakeholders beyond just real estate development, that it's not specifically just the real estate development. So if there's a possibility of including that here at this level before it's adopted, it would make us feel better that the multiple voices are represented. But if it's something that is intended, and we're documenting now that the intention is to include these voices at a later time, and that the decisions and action items as identified in these stakeholder meetings lead to some level of authority, then I no longer have any additional comments to provide.
All right, that's the second round. There are some questions right now, so I'm just going to answer some of these questions. Pamela, you have your hand raised.
Yes, mahalo. Basically, I just wanted to support that amendment. I too feel that's better business input, especially if you include the groups that were mentioned. They do have constituents, and we are very well aware of many different stories and help often with some of those challenges. So I feel that's an excellent amendment.
Thank you, Pamela. I just want to remind the public that this voting process is not open for discussion, and we are just pointing out some point of clarification right now. Jordan, do you have a question, point of clarification?
I guess it was speaking to the recommendation.
Are you in support or in opposition?
I guess it would be more, not total opposition, but it would be on that side.
Okay, we're gonna go in the third round. Maybe you can take the final say on that, but before we do that, Michael, did you have?
Yes, I just wanted to build off of what Christine was saying about including other representatives. Hawaii is the first state to have full representation in the Certified Local Government Program, and each county has a historic preservation commission of some sort. So including the chairs of those commissions, because their perspective might be different from that of the counties, and so I just want to make sure that they're included in that.
Thank you for that point of clarification. So one question, Jordan, did you have something to add? Sorry, I just saw your hand.
Oh no, sorry.
Okay. The question I heard was that an amendment wants to be made, and again, I want to go back to the guidance that there's no amendments to be made on any of these recommendations. However, the chair can speak that whether or not Christine's point of authority at the end with these stakeholder regular meetings will be, I think, will be based on the membership of these regular stakeholder meetings, and the membership will determine that sort of authority. So with that said, I will open it up for our last final round. I'm gonna have the chair say in support, and Jordan, you can speak what you want to speak, and that's gonna end our discussion. Go ahead.
We cannot make any amendments to add now.
No amendments. We can take this back and just say we remove this recommendation, and then you can restate everything, and then just read in what you want. But we would just have to start over. So we would have 3 rounds again. That's all it is.
Okay. Chair, I would like to take back the 4th recommendation from the 6E pig.
Okay, we will withdraw the recommendation that's on the 6E pig for the number 4, and we will reintroduce a modified version of the 6E-4 and convene 6E stakeholders regularly. It's a statewide recommendation, and Chair, you can speak in support of this. This is our first round.
Chair, I would like to add more stakeholders, if I may, participants into the stakeholder 6E regular meetings, future meetings.
Do me a favor, just read out the whole thing and then say what you wanted to say.
The PIG recommends regular structured stakeholder convening to review how the historic preservation program is functioning in practice and coordinate statutory, regulatory, and program changes. Participants should include representatives from SHPD, island burial councils, counties, the legislature, the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, the University of Hawaii, federal partners as needed, cultural practitioners as needed, and industry professionals to include archaeology and real estate development. I would also like to add business and commerce representatives as well into that stakeholder group. And convening should operate as working meetings with shared data, clear agendas, and public reporting on decisions and action items.
All right. Thank you for the recommendation. Do we have any in opposition?
Chair is Jordan from County of Maui, and I apologize because my comments were not, or I guess were additional, perhaps amendments to consider. So I don't know if it's the appropriate time, but what I wanted to bring up is the absence of an agency or an entity assigned to this recommendation. You know, the 3 previous call out the state legislator. And here, I don't know who's convening or responsible for convening these stakeholder meetings. So the concern is, yeah, this is not going to go without providing that direction. Thank you.
So what I'm gonna advise is, Jordan, vote in opposition, and then we have it on record on what you're asking for, but you can reinforce it and put it in a letter form. And we can make sure that on the final report for speed, that it's something that we can take into consideration. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. It may not be, point of clarification, council member?
Thank you. I just wanna, I know that we brought up the issue of the county historic preservation offices. Is the verbiage going to be modified in the future to reflect the inclusion of the county historic preservation offices? Or preservation commissions? Like we have the Oahu Historic Preservation Commission, for example. Or
Yes, I would like to, Chair, if I may, like the OEV resources
Okay.
from each county representative from that.
So it sounds like, let's withdraw this and actually take Jordan's consideration if you want. Do you want to take that?
Yes.
Okay,
Can we take a recess, Chair?
let's take a recess. Let's hash this out and get this right. Recess. We are back in session in our meeting, and thank you again for your patience. I think that you withdraw
Yes.
the previous recommendation, and now we are reintroducing 6E number 4, convene 6E stakeholders regularly. This recommendation is modified, and Chair Miyake will speak on the recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee Task Force, for your patience. The PIG recommends regular structured stakeholder convenings to review how the Historic Preservation Program is functioning in practice and coordinate statutory, regulatory, and program changes. Participants should include representatives from SHPE, Island Burial Council, counties, the legislature, the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, the University of Hawaii, federal partners as needed, cultural practitioners, and industry professionals to include archaeology and real estate development. I would like to also add representatives from the business and commerce sector, such as retail merchants, restaurants, a restaurant representative, realtors, home builders or a general contractor, a member from the Island Chamber of Commerce, and the chair or a designee from the county historic and cultural commissions, and other ex officio members. I would also like that this stakeholder have the state legislature be the lead or chair of the working group. Convening should operate as working meetings with shared data, clear agendas, and public reporting on decision and action items.
Members, is there anyone speaking in opposition with this recommendation? Seeing that there's no opposition, I am verifying that everybody here is in support. But before we take the vote, I just want to recognize Hawaii. I want to recognize Kauai County Council, Councilmember Bulasan. Are you present? Moving on to Hawaii County Council Member Dennis Fresh Onishi. I see him, but there is no response, so I'm still gonna mark him as excused, as well as Councilmember Bulasan is still excused. Is there anyone who just stepped in that was it doesn't look like anyone else. All right, everybody who I've mentioned that was excused. Oh, Richard stepped in, representing the Senate for Glen Wakai. So he is now present. So taking everybody who is excused and who's newly present, they are all in support. Any members here wishing to vote in opposition? No members voting in opposition. We have a unanimous vote on this recommendation. And thank you, members, for adopting 4 of the recommendations from the PIG report. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. All right, let's move on to the IWS-1 and its recommendation. We have the IWS 1, fund a data-driven study to modernize IWS limits and enable innovative wastewater technology. This is a statewide change and recommendation. And Chair Lee, would you speak in support of this recommendation?
Sure, I support, Chair. And did you want me to follow suit and read it out or just hit
Yes,
the
please.
highlights? Okay. The PIG recommends that the legislature fund a comprehensive study to re-examine key IWS thresholds and clarify what innovative technologies can safely expand options. This study would evaluate the scientific basis for various sizing inputs, the 1,000 gallon per day and 5-bedroom caps per system, the 1 system per 10,000 square foot rule, the 50 lot cap for IWS dependent developments, and other restrictions to include performance and monitoring criteria. It would reassess cumulative impact on groundwater, surface waters, and nearshore ecosystems. It should also inventory alternative and advanced treatment technologies such as composting and incinerator toilets, natural systems, cluster systems, and other configurations, and identify the conditions under which they can be deployed without compromising public health or cultural and environmental resources. The study should be led by DOH in partnership with the University of Hawaii and other technical experts, with participation from counties, SHPE, the development and engineering community, and community stakeholders. The study should be scoped to produce concrete data and recommendations for rule and guidance changes under findings 4 and 5.
Is there any member wishing to speak in opposition to this recommendation? All right, I will take a roll call on this just to make sure we have everybody accounted for. State House votes aye. State Senate,
Aye for Senator Wakine.
Office of the Gov, we have aye. DBED,
Aye.
C-Worm,
Aye.
HCDA,
Aye.
HHFDC, excuse. HHFDC will be excused all the way to the rest of the IWS recommendations. Office of Planning,
Aye.
PUC, PUC is excused. I apologize. Oh wait, LUC already voted. Yeah.
Voted aye.
Yeah, he already voted. Sorry. Office of Planning voted aye. Energy Office,
Aye.
PUC, excuse. SBRRB,
Aye.
SHPE,
Aye.
Wastewater Branch,
Aye.
State Building Code Council,
Aye.
Kauai County,
Aye.
Hawaii County,
Aye.
Maui County,
Aye.
Honolulu City and County,
Aye.
Aye.
Kauai County Council, Kauai County Council, excuse. Hawaii County Council,
Aye.
Maui County Council, excuse. Kauai County Council will be excused all the way to the end of the IWS. Maui County Council will also be excused all the way to the end of the IWS PIG recommendations. Honolulu City and County Council,
Aye.
Shil Takuda's office is excused for the entire voting duration of this task force. Hawaii Regional Council of Carpenters,
Aye.
HGA,
Yes.
You Homeowner, Jordan,
Yes.
You Homeowner, Brian,
Aye.
Monica is already excused for the entire voting. Family Business, Denise,
Aye.
Residential Developer, Perry,
Aye.
Residential Developer Daryl will be excused for the whole entire voting session. Commercial Developer Morgan,
Aye.
Commercial Developer Christine,
Aye.
it looks like we have a unanimous recommendation for the IWS 1. Congratulations, Chair, on the passage of the recommendation. Let's move on to the second recommendation. Convene the IWS stakeholders regularly. This recommendation will impact a department and agency. It's a policy impact change. So for the IWS 2, the second recommendation, convene IWS stakeholders regularly, will be a recommendation that impacts the department or agency. Chair Lee, would you like to speak in support?
In support.
Please state the recommendation.
The PIG recommends regular structured stakeholder convenings, at least every 5 years, to review statewide progress on cesspool conversion and IWS performance, reset priorities, and coordinate program changes. Participants should include DOH, all 4 counties, SHPD, other relevant state agencies, the legislature, the University of Hawaii, industry and trade representatives, environmental and cultural organizations, and federal partners as needed. The DOH has offered to chair and host these convenings. Sessions should function as working meetings with shared data, clear agendas, and public reporting on decisions and action items. Each convening should integrate new engineering research, update cesspool priority mapping, assess whether incentives are reaching target households and communities, and adjust statutory deadlines or program design as needed to stay aligned with the January 2050 mandate.
Any members wishing to speak in opposition? Christine?
Yes, I have a comment, not an opposition.
Okay.
But,
Go ahead.
So I missed this in my first reading, but as I'm reading this closely, I recommend, Chair, that you add that the first convening should be at after the first year, because I mean I would hate to see this the convening to be 5 years after this whole thing happened, because then it's just too slow moving in the sense that you want to have a little more the faster turnaround of what the stakeholders are going to provide. Like, is it working, for example? So to see the convening, I think we should have it, at least for the first convening, to be within the first year or some timeline that's sooner than 5 years. And the reason why I'm asking for this is because I would assume the convening will need to be staffed up and that there must have a budget for it or something of that nature.
Thank you, Christine. We have that on record, so we can reference it. And you can also follow up with a letter if you choose so. Denise, are you speaking in opposition or in support?
I just wanted again to make not an opposition, but to make I don't know if it's a friendly amendment or a comment, but I agree with what Christine said, but also I think it needs to be more often than every 5 years. And I know there was some latitude in the verbiage, so let me put that out there.
Thank you. Again, we have it on record, and our first round of discussion has we have our first round. We're gonna move on to our second round. Chair, would you like to speak in support?
No, I'm still in support of the recommendation, and I hear the comments loud and clear, and I understand the intent and the utility behind them. So we will reference them in the future, but I still support it as the recommendation as is.
Perfect. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? All right. That finishes our second discussion for the IWS second recommendation. I recognize that all the members are voting in favor, and for those who I've recognized are excused. Any members wishing to vote in opposition? With no members voting in opposition, we have a unanimous recommendation for IWS for our second recommendation. Thank you, everybody, for the passage of this recommendation. Moving on to our third IWS recommendation is to create an IWS fast lane. And this fast lane impacts the department and agency policy-wide. And Chair Lee, please state the recommendation in support.
The PIC recommends establishing a standardized fast lane for straightforward residential IWS projects built around pre-approved designs, computer-assigned design or CAD templates, and streamlined submittal requirements. DOH would develop a small suite of standard designs for common site conditions, for example, typical single-family lots outside sensitive areas, with accompanying CAD files, engineering requirements, and calculation templates that consulting engineers can adapt for site placement. These packages should be paired with a clear eligibility checklist, standardized application forms, and a digital submittal pathway that allows DOH reviewers to confirm eligibility and completeness quickly. Importantly, a fast lane would not lower standards in environmentally or culturally sensitive areas. Instead, it would free DOH staff to concentrate their time on those high-risk cases, while routine projects with similar designs move through a well-defined, consistent process, addressing findings 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you. Is there any members wishing to speak in opposition of this recommendation? Any members on Zoom? Seeing there are no members wishing to speak in opposition, I just want to ensure the PUC, are they present?
Here.
Perfect. All right, we have the PUC here, and seeing that everybody is voting in support and recognizing all the members who were excused, any members wishing to vote in opposition? With no members voting in opposition, this recommendation unanimously passes. And congratulations, Chair, your 3 recommendations has passed. Moving on to our next recommendation is the IWS for fund incentives for cesspool conversion and regional infrastructure. This recommendation affects everybody statewide. And Chair, could you please state the recommendation in support?
Yes, Chair. The PIC recommends a coordinated suite of state-funded incentives to accelerate cesspool conversion and strategic wastewater infrastructure investment. On the homeowner side, this includes renewing and expanding the prior DOH cesspool conversion grant pilot established by Act 153 SLH 2022. The updated program should incorporate the lessons identified in the December 2023 final pilot report from DOH, including adding other tools such as low-interest loans, rebates, or tax credits, clarifying the taxability of grant awards, including funds and positions for grant administration, and focusing on priority 1 cesspools. Incentive levels should be calibrated so that conversions are financially realistic for lower and moderate income households and can be combined with other housing or renovation financing. On the infrastructure side, the PIG further recommends funding targeted regional wastewater investments and county-level incentives where sewers or shared systems can cost-effectively reduce reliance on IWS and support housing in growth areas. This includes identifying priority corridors to UHM, WRRC analyses, and county planning and providing infrastructure financing tools to address county capacity constraints. Without such public investment, the state risks missing the 2050 deadline or facing an unmanageable surge of IWS applications as it approaches, even in locations where regional systems would be more appropriate, sustainable, and equitable in the long run.
Thank you. Chair, is there any members wishing to speak in opposition of this recommendation? Anyone on Zoom? With no one speaking in opposition, our discussion has ended. I am verifying that everybody here is voting in support and recognizing all those who have been excused. Is there any members voting no on this recommendation? With no members voting no, this recommendation passed unanimously. And now we have 4 recommendations passed unanimously. Moving on to IWS 5 recommendation, protect homeowners through education and required disclosure. This recommendation impacts the statewide. And Chair Lee, could you please state the recommendation and support?
Yes, Chair. The PIG recommends a coordinated education and disclosure initiative so that sellers, buyers, realtors, and lenders understand both the January 2050 cesspool conversion mandate and the 2-step IWS approval process. A core element would be a new statutory requirement that sellers disclose the presence and type of any on-site individual wastewater system, cesspool, septic tank, aerobic treatment unit, private wastewater treatment works, etc., and the status of DOH approvals, as well as the statewide 2050 conversion requirement at point of sale. This should be complemented by clear, plain language, DOH guidance and outreach materials explaining approval to construct and approval to use, what records homeowners should retain, and what steps are required to convert cesspools or connect to public wastewater collection systems. Parallel education efforts should target consulting engineers and contractors, emphasizing their responsibilities for closeout documentation and highlighting potential enforcement and licensing consequences for repeated failures. Together, enhanced disclosure requirements and sustained public education can reduce unpleasant surprises, improve compliance, and support smoother implementation of the 2050 mandate addressing finding water.
Is there any members wishing to speak in opposition? Anyone in Zoom? With no opposition, discussion is closed. I am verifying that everybody here is voting in support, and all the members who are excused have been recognized as excused. Is there any members wishing to vote in opposition? Anyone on Zoom? With no members voting in opposition, our last recommendation with the IWS has been approved and adopted unanimously. Congratulations, Chair Lee, for 5 recommendations unanimously. All right, last but not least is the building, saving the best for last, is the building permit PIG recommendations. And at the top of the agenda for the recommendations is the building permit 1 recommendation for adoption is to build a permitting workforce pipeline. And Chair Kapu Leloy, could you please state the recommendation in support?
Thank you, Chair. In support, the PIG recommends that the legislature and counties jointly invest in a long-term permitting workforce strategy built around recruitment, training, and clear career ladders. This should include UH and community college-based pipelines for permit technicians and plan reviewers with tuition support and service commitments. Formal plan reviewer 1, 2, 3 classifications, and competitive salaries and benefits relative to the private sector. Members also discussed and expressed support for greater flexibility in hiring at the agency level with respect to salaries and minimum qualifications. Counties should be able to use trainee and junior reviewer positions to handle routine scopes under supervision, freeing senior staff to focus on complex projects. Emergency hiring tools may be useful to fill immediate gaps, but the core objective should be a sustainable, professional public review function rather than serial ad hoc fixes.
Is there any members wishing to speak in opposition? Christine? We can
I am
always,
not
we can
opposing. I
always
have a
rely
comment.
on you, Christine. Go ahead.
It's not opposing. I support it. I think this is fantastic.
Nice.
But I'd like to add to this, Chair.
Go ahead.
Recommend a comment here. So, I think that this is fantastic related to having the pipeline from UH and community colleges. But what we failed to add in was high school, technical education, that maybe could, because not all kids need to go to college to get to the reviewer beginning process. Wondering, especially for plans reviewer or at the very low junior level that they need to fill in, I'm just wondering if there's some level of, work with Department of Education as well.
Thank you for that comment. Jordan, do you also, is this speaking in opposition or did you have, go ahead.
I guess sort of building up off Christine's comments.
Go ahead, proceed.
I feel like the university should be part of this joint effort of responsible entities for furthering this recommendation, rather than them being kind of a secondary thought. I think they need to be better engaged in our workforce needs to help solve these issues. Thank you.
Got it. All right, is there anyone else?
I do.
Okay.
Councilman Chair.
Go ahead, council member.
Okay. This is just comments. Today at our committee finance, we had a briefing about our workforce innovation and opportunity funding. And they're working with the community college on different trades and also with the high schools. But listening, and I'm sorry I wasn't there earlier to listen to other discussions, but to what I understand, what this proposal in front of us is like talking more about the counties providing, I guess, the staffing and the funding for improving the building permit process. Is that correct?
I think it's a mixture of things.
But it's just part of it. So what I'm talking on behalf of the county side.
Yes.
Yes, I mean funding is always great to have for salaries and so forth, but we all also, I guess, and I just speaking for the Big Island is that we are limited. So unless the state are going to be able to help us, I mean, I think it's got to be left up to the counties to decide on how we can move forward. There was a council member that tried to create a building permit department, but then it got postponed because the problem was it might have cost us between 7 to maybe 10 million, where we could have just used that funding to invest into the staffing of the building permitting division. But yeah, so just my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, council member, for your comments. It sounded like all three task force members had comments to say, not necessarily in opposition. So that's the first round. We'll just go into the second round. If you had any, okay, it's on. Go ahead.
Just to clarify, I think based on the recommendation, it is that the legislature and counties jointly invest. I think it addresses our council member from the Big Island. I did hear very clearly from council member Kia Aina from City and County of Honolulu, and I just really want to state for the record very clearly that within this recommendation, we identified tuition support, but I understand that to be able to be stretched out into loan forgiveness. And so that's how I am reading this recommendation, that provides the greatest flexibility to meet everybody's goals.
Thank you. We are still in the second round. Is there any members wishing to speak in opposition? It looks like there's no members wishing to speak in opposition. And we will end discussion. Before we get into the vote, I just want to double check the members who are excused. We have HHFDC. If you are not present, if you are not here, speak up. It looks like HHFDC is still excused all the way to the end of the adoption for these recommendations. Kauai County Council is still excused. Maui County Council is still excused. And we have Jill's office is also excused. We also have the family business with Monica excused, and then residential developer with Daryl excused. Everyone here is here, and those I've mentioned are excused. And we will now take a vote on the first recommendation for the building permit. And I am verifying that everybody here is voting in support. And is there any members wishing to vote in opposition? Any on Zoom? With no members voting in opposition, we have the first recommendation from the building permit PIG adopted unanimously. Congratulations on your first recommendation. Moving on to the second recommendation from the building permit PIG is to develop a statewide AI-enhanced digital permit intake platform. This recommendation impacts statewide, and Chair, could you please state the recommendation in support?
Thank you, Chair. In support, PIG recommends that the development of a shared or at minimum interoperable digital permitting platform that all counties and key state agencies can use for intake, routing, and review, supported by AI tools for completeness checks and applicant guidance. A modern portal should enforce required fields at intake, validate basic parcel and zoning information, prevent submission of incomplete applications, and route plans concurrently to all relevant agencies. AI-assisted pre-check, for example, using tools like CivCheck, should be deployed to screen for missing documents and obvious inconsistencies before staff review. While applicant-facing chat or FAQ tools help small builders and homeowners navigate requirements, the platform should be designed with equity in mind, paired with in-person assistance and phone support so that automation enhances rather than replaces human service.
Thank you. Is there any members wishing to speak in opposition?
I have a comment again, Councilmember Onishi.
Go ahead, make your comment.
Okay, so we are already, Hawaii County, looking into a similar program that was just mentioned. We have 2 more years on our existing program. And so we really cannot do anything until after our second year. If we want to do this statewide, will the state be helping with partial funding to help implement that program? That's my question.
I believe that's the intention, since it's a statewide.
Initiative.
Correct.
Okay. And then so, but when will we find out?
We don't know, this is still in work in progress.
So when does this group look at trying to get this moving forward to the legislature?
Since we are finishing our adoption, we would need to draft up the bill after this. It depends on how this task force is going to take this up. It looks like there's a lot of comments, so I'm not sure exactly how this is gonna go, but if it does move positively, then we would have to draft up the bill to fund it, support it, and so forth. And we'll see what the result is. But that doesn't mean that's the last chance and opportunity. The task force actually finishes in 2027, and that's when our heavy lifting on a lot of these will move forward.
You know, why I mention that is because then I can mention to our group, working group, on what might be coming down the pipeline.
Correct.
So if we're looking at 26, 27, I mean, okay, well, so I'll let them know. Thank you.
You're welcome. I would advise that we finish up all the voting and we'll give you a summary on what we have at the end. We'll share that with all the members. All right, there's a lot of comments and not necessarily maybe in opposition, but Denise, let's go ahead first.
So Mike, I have more of a question. When I was reading through those, there was maybe one or two, and I'm not sure if it was this one that didn't include the Department of Health as one of the parties. So I want to make sure that they get included, that are listed as included in all these building permit actions.
Do you know the answer to that one?
I'm not sure if it was this one or if there was another one, but
I'm not sure the answer of that, Denise. Your question is, it does not include Department of Health in the recommendation?
like I said, I'm not sure it was this one, but I did note at least one of the building department or the PIGS recommendations that did not include department. It just included the county agencies. The Department of Health needs to be included in all of them. Listed.
John, do you have any idea what she's referring to? Okay, well, Denise, maybe you can text me on exactly what you're referring to and we can follow up.
I have the page number, but you know, I'll text you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Jordan?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I speak in opposition to the recommendation. I mean, just speaking from experience with the county's map system and trying to get just our county departments into one system, it's a huge lift. The administrative operations of such a large system become cumbersome. And in speaking from my direct experience running the debris task force for the Lahaina cleanup with an interagency coordination, I'm just not confident that this objective recommendation will be, is achievable or worthwhile. So I speak in opposition.
Thank you, Jordan. Don?
Hi, I also speak in opposition, similar to what Jordan mentioned. We just recently implemented our new permitting software, and I don't see us changing in the next 10 years but as Jordan mentioned, it is quite a major change requiring just detailed effort on the part of the department itself and the branches within it. So to add other counties, I think that's a really unrealistic effort to have it across the board. Additionally, I believe that we are all very unique in our local amendments and our building permits, so it wouldn't make sense to necessarily have a standardized permitting platform. But I do agree that all of these recommendations individually for each county, that we all are striving for those things, and I think it makes sense. But across the board, I don't think that that's realistic or practical. Thank you.
Thank you. Shimizu?
Hi, this is JL in Shimizu's office. I was just asking for clarification purposes. Since the AI software and infrastructures were discussed, can the task force clarify whether they were expending like permitting for the AI facilities or requiring full environmental or air quality review in that?
Could you repeat the question?
Yes. I was just trying to clarify for notes. You guys were talking about the AI software relation for the infrastructure. Can you guys clarify, rather if you guys were permitting for AI facilities, would still require like full environmental and air quality review in those constructions?
I want, it sounds very,
Intake, not infrastructure. She said infrastructure and it was intake, AI intake. Yeah, it's clarification.
do you wanna answer?
I'll try, Chair, to take a swing at it. The intention behind this recommendation was an intake process that would help applicants self-resolve, which would take the burden off of our plan review and plan checkers within the county. So it would be a statewide platform AI-based checklist to allow applicants to self-resolve prior to intake at any county agency. I've heard loud and clear from Maui and City and County of Honolulu. This was an attempt to complement and ensure that good work product was being passed over the counter rather than having many returns of an application because it just wasn't ready for review. I have other members of the task force here if they want to add to any of my recollection of that conversation, but it was an attempt to self-resolve and get good work product in prior to it even being intaked by our county building code officials.
That is my understanding also.
Let's close the first round of discussion and let's open it up for those in support. Did you wanna start us off on support?
Yeah, a lot of the permitting difficulties involve one-off permit applicants where it's a homeowner who doesn't know anything about the whole system and submits very incomplete permit applications, and then they go back, you send it back, and it's back and forth, back and forth. This is just for one little home. This is intended to give guidance to such people so that they can get it right the first time.
Thank you. Is there any members wishing to speak in opposition?
I'll speak in opposition.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think probably the challenge is the statewide aspect of it. I feel like that is so difficult to try to meld into all the different counties, and maybe another approach is if the counties just share best practices, maybe at the state building code council, and these are the systems that we use that you could maybe in Hawaii Island, something like that, less difficult in return.
Thank you. Council member?
Thank you. I think everybody agrees with the intent, but we are looking at it as it applies to each of our counties. I think the problem I have as well is the statewide approach. And so I will also be opposed to it in alignment with our DPP director. I might recommend, and I don't know if it makes a difference, but perhaps it's the verbiage. So right now it says the PIG recommends the development of a shared, right? Et cetera, et cetera. And then it goes on to say should, right? For the directives, maybe the better verbiage would be the PIG recommends the consideration of a shared. And then maybe instead of using the words should, you could say could, a modern portal could, the platform could. And the reason I'm saying this is we each have to flush out our own individual AI needs before we can even contemplate a collective. To be making a recommendation that appears as if we're trying to develop it now, I think would be problematic. So that was my recommendation for maybe hoping to resolve the problem.
Thank you, council member. That was very insightful. I believe Chair is working out the language and she will withdraw the recommendation. But before we do that, I just want to ask Jordan, it looks like you have your hands up, and did you have a comment?
Yeah, just to carry on the council members' comments as far as I think it is the statewide aspect, but the goal of having digital permit intake and the other components in the recommendation, I think are good for the counties to work towards.
Jordan, I'm gonna ask, I'm just gonna ask you to maybe speak directly to a microphone because you're coming off very choppy and I could not hear you. I'm sure every other person too. Go ahead. Did you say something?
Testing, is
Perfect.
better.
That's way better.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, briefly, just that, I guess to clarify my comments and to follow up on the council members' comments, that I think it is the statewide aspect that is the point of concern, but the striving for the digital permit intake platforms and those assistive tools, I think are I can support that aspect of the recommendation. And it's just that statewide component that I think is problematic. Thank you.
Perfect. Is there any further comments? Because I'm just going to take a brief recess so we can. Oh, you got everything ready? All right, then no recess. Let's do this.
AI, ChatGPT.
Could I ask you to
Chair,
withdraw?
motion to withdraw and restate the recommendation for the development of a statewide AI enhanced digital permit intake platform.
Thank you. What are you calling it? Are you calling it develop a statewide AI enhanced digital permit intake platform again? Is that the name? Are you sticking to that?
Consider the development.
Consider the development. Okay.
Sticking with Councilmember Kia Aina.
Consider the development.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are taking up to vote for the second recommendation from the building permit PIG. And the title of this recommendation is consider the development a statewide AI enhanced digital permit intake platform. And Chair, could you state the recommendation in support?
Thank you, and thank you to Councilmember Kia Aina for such a brilliant solution to this one. The PIG recommends the consideration of a shared or at minimum interoperable digital permitting platform that all counties and key state agencies can use for intake, routing, and review, supported by AI tools for completeness checks and applicant guidance. A modern portal could enforce required fields at intake, validate basic parcel and zoning information, prevent submissions of incomplete applications and route plans concurrently to all relevant agencies. AI-assisted pre-check, for example, using tools like CivCheck, should be deployed. Could be deployed to screen for missing documents and obvious inconsistencies before staff review, while applicant-facing chat or FAQ tools help small builders and homeowners navigate requirements. The platform could be designed with equity in mind, paired with in-person assistance and phone support so that automation enhances rather than replaces human services.
All right, is there any members wishing in opposition or wishing to speak in opposition? Any on Zoom? With no members wishing to speak in opposition, we are gonna end discussion and move on to a vote. I am verifying that everybody is in support and voting in favor. And is there any members who's voting in opposition?
Oh boy.
Give me a moment. Morgan with commercial developer votes in opposition. Is there any others? All right, with no others, we have the second recommendation with the building permit adopted. And it's probably going to be a super majority for this. Moving on to the third recommendation from the building permit. PIG is the third recommendation, establish a statewide off-site construction program. Chair, could you please state the recommendation
Chair, in support,
in support?
the PAID recommends that the legislature provide resources to the Office of State Planning and Sustainable Development, OPSD, to establish a statewide off-site construction program that centralizes manufactured certification and product quality assurances, curates a library of pre-approved components and designs, and defines clear regulations for use and inspections. Under this model, the state-level entity would certify factories and standard models against Hawaii codes and conditions, while county focused on site-specific issues such as foundation, utilities, installation, and hazard exposure. Pre-approved plan sets for common housing types, for example, small, multi-unit, and single-family infill, could be deployed repeatedly, reducing duplicative plan review and clarifying expectations for designers. A successful off-site program will require additional investment in Hawaii's labor force, both to staff factories and to assemble units on-site, alongside efforts to strengthen construction material supply chains and reduce dependence on fragile or costly import pathways. The program should be explicitly integrated with zoning, wastewater, and infrastructure planning, so modular units are directed to sites that can support them rather than treated as a generic shortcut around underlying constraints.
Is there any members wishing to speak in opposition? Go ahead.
Office of Planning and Sustainable Development strongly supports the intent of this recommendation, but we don't have the skill sets, the capacity to do this as it's written. So we are following the voting instructions from the chair, planning to submit a written letter of explanation with suggested amendments that would make it possible to move forward with this with our cooperation.
Thank you. Jordan?
Thank you, Chair. Similarly, I stand in opposition of this being a assignment for Office of Planning, and would recommend that we put this to the State Building Code Council and really push the issue of hiring that executive director to ensure that we have the right people and the subject matter experts to carry forward not just this recommendation, but a lot of the recommendations from the task force. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark?
Thank you, Chair, in opposition. So just want to be clear, Hawaii does need more housing, and offsite construction can be a part of the solution. But tools only work when you know who's holding them. Is it a local skilled craftsperson who spent years in a state-approved apprenticeship program honing their craft, or is it a factory worker on the continent? You know, Hawaii residents do deserve quality-built housing. At a minimum, any serious proposal should preserve and explicitly affirm the county's authority to inspect offsite construction. Every component, whether it's built here or shipped in from somewhere else, those things should be inspected locally. You know, counties don't just issue permits, they protect the people who live in these homes. I think efficiency is fine, but accountability is non-negotiable. And so for these reasons, I'm voting no.
Thank you. All right, I'll go ahead, go ahead, Don.
Yeah, so listening to some of the comments made, I oppose as well. I don't think it belongs with the Office of Planning. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Seiji?
Hi, Chair. Yes, similarly, I oppose this
Thank
for the
you.
same reasons Mary Alice mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes our first round of discussion. We're gonna move on to our second round. Would you like to say anything or?
Chair, what I'd like to do is withdraw this recommendation and restate it based on the feedback that we've had. I still would encourage Office of State Planning to put in that letter of opposition so that we can collaborate better. But I do think I have some language that might help us all.
Okay. Would you, since you still have the floor in support, would you explain the new language?
Sure. The restate or amended language or no language would read, the PIG recommends that the legislature direct the Office of State Planning and Sustainable Development, OSPD, to assist the legislature to identify the appropriate organization, agency, department, group, and or individuals to establish a statewide offsite construction program that centralizes manufacturer certification and product quality assurances. Rather than continue on, that is the kind of modernization and adjustment. I think it's a nice bridge between Office of State Planning and hearing them loud and clear that they don't have the bandwidth. I do agree that actually State Building Code Council is a nice place for it to land. Unfortunately, they're on pause right now. And so I just wanna give us an opportunity to put our heads back together again. And then maybe if that State Building Code Council is reactivated, we'd have a nice place to have this discussion.
Sounds good. Could you initiate the withdrawal of the recommendation?
A motion to withdraw the recommendation.
Thank you.
And resubmit.
Perfect. I am going to reintroduce the building permit 3 recommendation to establish a statewide off-site construction program which will affect statewide. And Chair, could you please state the modified recommendation?
Yeah,
Support.
Modified recommendation in support, Chair. The PIG recommends that the legislature direct the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development, OSPD, to assist the legislature with identifying the appropriate organization, agency, department, group, and or individuals to establish a statewide offsite construction program that centralizes manufactured certification and production quality assurances. The rest of that recommendation is still as noted. But that is the adjustment.
Okay. We are going to go into the discussion in opposition. Council member?
Thank you. I'm not in opposition. I just had an inquiry because, can't the legislature provide resources and then worry about where during the development of the legislation, does it have to direct the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development? I'm just wondering about the necessity of having to even include them. So it could read, the PIG recommends that the legislature provide resources to establish. During the implementing legislation, all of that thought will come out in the hearing process and the development. The only reason I'm recommending this is it puts the onus on them to be doing this. And shouldn't it be the policymakers to be working with stakeholders to determine the appropriate entity that will help in the development of this statewide offsite construction program? That's my only I'm not opposing. I'm just throwing that out for thought.
Thank you. Is there any others? Don?
It kind of sounds like it would be like a state building permit agency, because it seems to be very technical requirements, unless I'm mistaken. So it might, as far as the proposed amendment, it might be to consider the state creating such an agency that can do inspections and do the type of review that I think it's calling for. But in the alternative, similar to what Councilmember Kia Aina said, it might be more just figuring out how to coordinate with the counties to get whatever's intended, the mission for these types of models, to bring those forward. But so, yeah, I just think that it might be more technical expertise needed. And so it might be a completely different agency that needs to be created, or to make it more an issue with the counties to help get to that goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Jordan?
Just to speak in support of that recommendation for resources generally, and not tasking an agency at this point as recommended by Councilmember Kia Aina. And that it is going to involve the counties, or a discussion about that oversight of permits with the counties, and that perhaps a statewide entity supplanting the county role here is not the entirety of it. And so maybe just resources towards this initiative is appropriate. Thank you.
All right, that's our first round for this recommendation. Would you like to make any comments?
No, I would encourage for those to vote their conscience. I would appreciate that feedback. I think we have a nice recommendation that keeps moving this forward. What I heard loud and clear in our permit task force was the idea of investigating what offsite construction would look like, and rather than strap the counties with the review because of the bandwidth, to have it done at the state level, which can be further tailored down at the county level.
Is there anyone else want to speak in support? Jordan,
I'll speak in support. I mean, I wasn't a part of that PIG, but it sounds to me that actually assigning a state agency that does work full time. And I know you folks work full time too, the legislature, but somebody that's actually tasked with that and would provide recommendations to the legislature, I think would be very helpful. My fear is that when we water down the language significantly, then it becomes to a point where action may not be taken. So I agree with Representative about pushing it forward and making sure that the language is strong enough that this thing actually moves forward.
all right. Any members, we're on round 2. Is there any other members wishing to speak in support? Just
to add, sorry.
Go ahead.
Just to add that here we have the opportunity of pre-approval in general, depending on the spelling after the recommendation is the possibility of integrating pre-approval processes that will speed up the permitting in general.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to opposition now. So is there any, go ahead.
No, I think we can live with the way the new motion has been reworded, since it doesn't charge us with establishing and doing all those things, and we're happy to help.
Thank you. All right, any other wants to speak in opposition? With round 2 ending, and do you want to jump into round 3 just to, okay? With no more discussion on this motion of what this recommendation, we are gonna take it out to vote, and we are, I'm verifying that all the members are voting in favor. So is there any members here wishing to vote in opposition?
Yeah, I vote in opposition of it.
Okay, we
I don't have a hand thing. I can't find the hand thing on there.
We have Brian with new homeowner in opposition, and it looks like Carpenters is in opposition. Is there any others in opposition? Jordan, Maui County, Planning Department in opposition. Is there any others? Am I missing?
I am Hawaii County Council.
Hawaii County Council in opposition. Is there any others? In person? We have 1, 2, 3, 4 who voted in opposition. I am deeming that all the rest, other than the excuse, are voting in favor and in support. And at this time, this recommendation has passed. Thank you, members, for your support. Moving on to the last recommendation from the building permit PIG, which is recommendation 4, invest in ongoing professional development for permanent staff. And this is a statewide impact recommendation. Chair, could you please state the recommendation in support?
Chair, thank you. In support, the PIG recommends dedicating resources to systematic professional development and training for permitting staff on new building codes, digital tools, and emerging technologies. Regular training cycles tied to each model code update and major software or process change should cover technical code changes, practical application to common project types, use of AI-assisted intake and review tools, and best practices for clear, consistent comments. Training should be accessible to state and county plan reviewers, inspectors, and policy staff with opposition for joint session and recorded module to reduce travel and coverage challenges. This investment is intended to improve permit issuance times by reducing interpretation errors, aligning staff practice with current codes and technology, and giving reviewers confidence to focus on life safety issues rather than over-reviewing all minor aspects in designs plans due to fear of future litigation.
Is there any members wishing to speak in opposition of this recommendation? Any on Zoom? With no members wishing to speak in opposition, we are now ending the discussion. We're gonna vote on the 4th recommendation from the building permit PIG. All members here are voting in favor. Is there any members wishing to vote in opposition? Any members on Zoom wishing to vote in opposition? With no members voting in opposition, recommendation 4 is unanimously adopted. Congratulations, building permit. At this time, we're just gonna do a, actually, you know what? I'm gonna just risk it for the biscuit. Is there any, we did not receive a recommendation through our email in our STF for a member initiated recommendation. And now is the portion where we can take up a recommendation. That means potentially 34 recommendations could be voted on by 3 o'clock. However, I got nothing in my inbox. So unless you have a recommendation that is,
One that was submitted during.
yeah, but that was planning.
No, from.
Oh, you do have a recommendation?
He submitted it during the meeting.
Oh, perfect. Well, we do have a recommendation. I take that back.
Well done, Jordan.
So we're gonna take Jordan's recommendation and push this through. So for the member recommendation, we have what we have is, I'm calling it, sorry, this is the first time I'm reading it.
You want me to just explain it?
Perfect. I don't have a title for this recommendation, but let's just call it member 1. And Jordan, could you state the recommendation in support?
Sure. So I spoke to Morgan about this briefly, and it was in reference to the question I asked previously. But as part of to get a license to become an architect or an engineer, they need to pass an exam. My wife works in architecture, and she's worked in many large firms in the past. And there's a lot of people who are very capable in these architecture firms that do not have licenses. So that kind of gave me the idea that experience is really important for architects and engineers. And if we can use our permitting and planning offices almost like an apprenticeship program to allow them to get the experience necessary to understand code, and if there's any other aspects that they can learn too, that will incentivize graduates of architecture schools and engineering schools to go to these permitting offices, work, understand code, understand how things get through, with the hope that the DCCA's professional vocational license division will take that experience and accept them from certain examination requirements. So my recommendation is to propose that the Department of Consumer and Commerce Affairs, PVL division, assess whether there can be any experiential alternatives for individuals who have graduated from an architectural or engineering school and who are working in permitting and planning offices.
All right. Is there any members wishing to speak in opposition of this recommendation?
I guess, yeah,
Go ahead.
I think working in I have worked, like in college, I worked in a planning office, and so I think it's very different from designing buildings, so I think it wouldn't maintain the level of education you want for safety, life safety in buildings, so yeah, I wouldn't support that.
Okay. Jordan? Molina?
Thank you, Chair. I would also speak in opposition. I don't necessarily agree that modifying licensure requirements is the right approach. I think we need to look at our civil service side of things and adjust these position classifications to account and give value to those experience and accreditations that the current classifications don't account for. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is there any others wishing to speak in opposition? Jordan, I'm gonna kindly ask you if you could withdraw this recommendation.
That's fine.
Thank you. All right, members, that's the submitted recommendation from our inbox. And now I could either take a recess and you can form your recommendations, or we can say there's no recommendations from members and end our meeting for today and carry on and wait until our next meeting, which is going to be in May, for the second part of the second part of this task force work. Just a show of hands, is there any members here that has a recommendation that they would really want to put up? Okay. With no hands shown, I think we've decided what we're gonna go through. I just want to state something before we close. Councilmember Kiaina really made me feel very inspired that the council, especially the legislature and the council level, needs to be part of this PIG leadership. And what I'm thinking, and I'm just putting it out there to the world, I'm trying to recruit council member as well during this speech. But what I'm thinking about is the next part is going to be chaired by the Senate. And we're gonna be looking into the land use commission, district boundary amendment. We're gonna look into water and wells permit, as well as the building codes. And they're gonna be chaired by the Senate. But there's a third part that we haven't decided what those topics may be. And I really am going to reach out to the council, county council, and ask if they'd be willing to chair the third part of this task force, whether it's gonna be SMA or whether it's gonna be other things. We don't know what those topics are to expedite. But I think that would show a great unity in not only the state, but the county working together and simplifying permitting for enhanced economic development and pushing what we're pushing today. So I wanted to hear your thoughts, Councilmember Kiaina, please.
Thank you. First of all, Chair, I wanted to commend you and all of the chairs of the permanent interaction groups. You know, I haven't been active from the beginning, but just looking at the materials and participating today, I thought was just very healthy. And I felt that there was a lot of hard work that's been laid. I agree with you. There's part of me, of course, that doesn't want to take on more than I can handle.
I'll stop you and say you agree, and we'll go from there.
Yes, well, I'm finding that I believe that that third element, I think, would be very helpful to give voice to the counties because we're very much a part of the solution. And I do appreciate you're including the city councils because we're boots on the ground. We have to deal with all the impediments and opportunities and ways to legislate it for improvement. And so, yes, I accept.
Thank you. It's official. The third part, we will be in discussion and figuring out what that looks like. And we are gonna look forward to the leadership of the county councils throughout our state. Heather, Councilmember Kimball?
Yes, yes, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, very much appreciative of your suggestion that we at the counties have a instrumental role in moving forward with this task force. Want to potentially propose that it is HSAC, or the Hawaii State Association of Counties, that convenes the third section.
Sounds good. I will definitely take that in consideration and move forward. With that said, I want to thank all the members here for your involvement and your engagement. When we first established these PIGs, I didn't realize how engaged you wanted to be, and we filled out those PIGs, and it was very refreshing and delightful to see that. I want to ask your continued support as we move forward past this legislative session and going into May. I'm having discussions with the Senate to figure out the chairs for those PIGs. But I want to say thank you for your work, PIGs, especially the chairs who led that and showed how the House can really put it down. So thank you. And that I expect the Senate to do the same. So thank you, everyone. And at this moment, we are now adjourned until May.